to nature and open space. Or the Audubon Society. There's a million wonderful places in Stamford that might help you, okay? But go to the Nature Conservancy in Stamford first, because if it's a contiguous lot, they may be very interested in it. Then they may even suggest that you set up something called a charitable lead trust in your lifetime, where in your lifetime you set up this trust, you get a tax deduction now, and then at your death, they get the property. So they may have suggestions. Planned giving for charities is its own subspecialty. They may even offer you the services of a lawyer to help you do it, because it benefits them.
Kind of need that, Lisa, only because I don't have any real anybody behind me. So
I understand.
I was try and get the they send you the Nature Conservancy letter once in a while in the mail, just telling you what's going on with their donations and people giving them. I was going to contact the president or somebody. Are they in Stamford? I don't even know where they are. But
hold on, let me find out for you right now. Hold on.
People that are
You're talking about the Stamford Nature Center off of exit 35, right?
I'm 5 minutes from it right now.
All right, hold on. Let me just.
I just don't know if that's the same part of the Nature Conservancy that I get the letters in the mail for like, what's going on with donations.
Well, you don't know. You have to find out. Let me just see something. Our mission, our board of directors.
I appreciate the help. I listen to you all the time. You've always been great and very thorough. And Lisa, you should be up there in the higher administration. I know you're a judge.
I know. That's another conversation.
You're very thorough, and you speak fluently with everything you know about. You should really be heard by the world instead of just Connecticut.
Well, I thank you for that. Robert, you have a pen and paper, or are you in the car?
I do. I'm in the car, but I'm on the side of the road, and I'm ready to
All right, write down 203-977-6521.
6.21, okay.
And then I'm looking at the board of directors here. You want to speak with Douglas York.
Doug York?
He is the president of the Stamford Museum and Nature Center. He's their acting president.
Can I go there right now, even looking like a contractor like I am?
Why not?
Just go ask for him?
Yes, he may not be there, but yes, of course you can, and you should.
All right, I'm going to then, and I'm going to ask him about. I don't want to give him out an address and alarm anybody that it might. I want to do this. Family members have asked me, they're like, why would you want to do that? I'm like, well, that conservancy around my property has given me a freedom of unlike anybody else has to me. I mean, it's a little small lot. There's a small house, but it's around me is about 25 acres of nature conservation.
Oh, how beautiful.
So I feel like it should go back to them because it gave me such freedom over these years.
Well,
I've been there 30 years.
You know what? I'm going to have to run. I'm getting off now, Robert, but you can call me back about this. I'm very interested in what you're trying to do. It's a beautiful thing. And if I can, anytime you can call back. We can always talk about this. This is a great conversation. I love this conversation. But you can also write me offline at lisa@voiceofct.com, and I'll try and direct you to the right way to go ahead and do this. Because I think what you're trying to do is a beautiful thing to do.
WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut. Weather update.
Cloudy through this afternoon. There will be a few very widely scattered showers, but not a washout, with a high in the upper 60s and a breeze out of the east. Showers move in later this evening. There may be a thunderstorm late at night with a low near 60. Showers and an afternoon thunderstorm tomorrow with a high in the mid-70s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Now, let's take a look back with Norman. Let's hear what happened today in WICC history.
It's June 9th. Happy birthday to Johnny Depp.
You burned all the food, the shave, the rum. Why is the rum gone?
Because it is a vile drink that turns even the most respectable men into complete scoundrels.
Why is the rum gone?
The #1 movie at the box office on this day in 1996, Dumb and Dumber.
Hey, want to hear the most annoying sound in the world?
Fellas, you think we could listen to the radio?
And the most famous Batman of them all, Adam West from TV's Batman series, died on this day in 2017.
Thank you, Alfred, for reminding me.
To the Bat Pulse.
June 9th.
That was today in WICC history. Every day just before 2 on the Voice of Connecticut, WICC 600 and 95.9. You're listening to WICC 600 and 95.9, the Voice of Connecticut. WICC Bridgeport, WFOX Southport, WEBE HD2 Westport, WPLR HD2 New Haven, locally owned by Connoisseur Media.
This is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by Progressive Insurance.
I'm Matt Piper. President Trump is blaming who he calls insurrectionists for unrest in Los Angeles and says if it was up to him, he'd arrest California Governor Gavin Newsom.
People that are causing the problem are professional agitators. They're insurrectionists. They're bad people. They should be in jail.
For a second day, National Guard troops are on the ready in case more protests erupt on the streets of L.A. over the Trump administration's immigration policy. At least 27 people were arrested yesterday. Our Jonathan Vigliotti is there.
It is completely locked down. You easily have hundreds of police officers staged throughout the area. We were here, thousands of protesters yesterday. They've since been dispersed this morning. The focus today, though, for law enforcement, federal buildings, which has become the target for these protests after the National Guard was sent in yesterday.
Newsom says he plans to sue the administration over the National Guard's deployment. Legal analyst Jessica Levinson.
Governor Newsom is saying you're invading on state sovereignty. We don't want the National Guard to be federalized. And not only did we not ask, we're actively saying we don't want them here.
Scientists at the National Institutes of Health say they're putting their jobs on the line, speaking out in a letter to challenge policies they say undermine their mission.
The letter says Trump administration policies waste public resources and, quote, harm the health of people worldwide. Jenna Norton signed the letter.
What is happening at NIH is so egregious. The harms that we're seeing happen to our research participants and to public health and to the institution of science are just things that we could not live with.
The NIH workers readily admit they have jeopardized their jobs. Jim Crisula, CBS News.
Israeli forces seized a small boat with aid bound for Gaza. As our Elaine Cobb reports from the Foreign Desk, Israel's defense ministry says those on board are expected to return to where they came from.
The small boat was carrying humanitarian aid to Gaza in defiance of an Israeli blockade on the Palestinian territory. Pre-recorded videos from the activists aboard have been publicly released.
If you see this video, we have been intercepted.
Swedish activist Greta Thunberg, who achieved fame as a schoolgirl climate activist, was among them. The Freedom Flotilla Coalition says its boat was illegally boarded and the crew kidnapped. Sweden and France have called on Israel to return their nationals who were on the boat. Elaine Cobb, CBS News.
Justin Baldoni's lawsuit against fellow actors Blake Lively and Ryan Reynolds has just been thrown out by a federal judge. Also dismissed Baldoni's libel lawsuit against the New York Times. There have been back and forth lawsuits over their film. It Ends With Us. The Dow was up 115. This is CBS News.
A word from Progressive Insurance. Life can be hard, so Progressive can make bundling your home and auto easy. Hope that helps. Learn more at Progressive.com or 1-800-PROGRESSIVE.
This is an important notice to all U.S. taxpayers. The IRS is giving away billions of dollars in tax savings through a federal program called the Fresh Start Initiative to aid delinquent taxpayers. This initiative was established for anyone facing financial hardship and unable to pay their back taxes. Qualifying and enrolling in this program will stop all collections, settle your delinquent tax problem, and even reduce what you owe by thousands of dollars. Call the hotline at People's Tax Relief to see if you qualify and get this free information by dialing 800-419-2387. If you have unfiled tax returns or cannot afford to pay your personal or business back taxes, you can now get the help you need. One simple phone call can resolve your tax problem and save you thousands of dollars. To see if you qualify and to get this important free information, call 800-419-2387. 800-419-2387. 800-419-2387.
WICC 695.9, Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
After approval of a massive housing bill in the state legislature, some Fairfield County communities are pushing back against the measure. In order to meet the new state guidelines, Greenwich will need to build almost 3,500 new housing units, with Stamford still short by 629 and Westport by 560. Earlier today on Melissa in the Morning on WICC, Lieutenant Governor Susan Bysowitz talked about Governor Ned Lamont realizing the controversy this bill could have on both sides and is still looking it over.
It's been a very politically charged conversation because you have people who feel extremely strongly on both sides, and the governor has not signed it yet. He has a couple of weeks to do that.
One of the primary criticisms of the new bill has been the increased state power over local municipality planning and zoning boards. Fairfield Republican State Senator Tony Wong is one of many Republicans that considers the new bill to be an overreach of state government.
We're trying to fix an important issue and problem in our state, a housing crisis. But you're doing it by jamming it down the throat of local municipalities.
Danbury-based Fuel Cell Energy has laid off 122 employees. The cuts are impacting company workers in the U.S., Canada, and Germany. Most of the remaining 400-plus workers are based in Danbury or at the company's Torrington manufacturing facility. The restructuring plan announced by Fuel Cell Energy includes changes at the Torrington facility to align with contracted demands. And the president of Central Connecticut State University received a letter containing a suspicious substance at her home. School president Zulma Toro received the letter at her Burlington home on Friday, and a hazardous materials team was sent to the house. Toro did not receive any medical assistance after receiving the unidentified substance. Toro says the college is working with federal, state, and local law enforcement in investigating the incident. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Parkway, southbound construction, exit 37 through 36. Left lane is out. And on the Upper Merritt southbound construction, exit 47 down to 46. Right lane is blocked. On the Wilbur Cross northbound, more construction, Route 34 going through the tunnel, and that's in the right lane. And on 91 northbound construction between exits 8 and 9, right lane is out. In Shelton, emergency repairs, Route 8 between exits 12A and B. Traffic report is powered by MJ Thomas Jewelers. Looking to buy or sell gold, visit MJ Thomas Jewelers in Stratford for expert service and great deals. Their knowledgeable staff is there to assist with all your gold needs. For more information, visit mjthomas.com. I'm Andrew Krause with WICC Traffic.
Cloudy with the showers later this evening and overnight. There may be a thunderstorm late with a low near 60. Showers in an afternoon thunderstorm tomorrow with a high in the mid-70s. On Wednesday, sunny and warm with a high of 80. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
You're listening to Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
Okay, let's start off by saying this. You can spare me the peaceful protest line, okay? Come on. What do they think? We're dumb? Well, I don't know why the president's doing this. Largely peaceful protest. No. You know what a peaceful protest is? It's a bunch of people with Bibles open singing Kumbaya. Or it's a lot of people standing there with their arms around each other singing We Shall Overcome. Or it's people locking their arms together, swaying back and forth, singing spirituals or praying. That's a peaceful protest. Burning cars and then circling the cars, waving Mexican flags is not a peaceful protest. Hello? Is anybody awake out there? Well, I don't know why he's doing this. These have been such peaceful protests. What in the hell are you looking at? Attacking federal agents is not a peaceful protest. You idiots in my business. When you light crap, I wish I could use the other word. When you light stuff on fire, that's not peaceful. I'm sorry. I don't have a degree in international relations. I don't have a degree in mediation or mediation technologies. No, I have my 2 eyes, my 2 ears, and a functioning brain. What do I think of President Trump sending the National Guard into L.A.? Good. Good. They haven't been involved in largely anything. Well, it escalates the situation. No. It'll only escalate the situation if you're dealing with Cavones. To a great part, you are there in L.A. I'm looking right up at the monitor right now here in the studio at the wonderfully peaceful demonstrations over the past few days. How many cars do I see there burning? 1, 2, and 3? No. Well, Paul, let the local police handle it. Yeah, they're doing a great job there in La La Land. Yeah, they're doing a fantabulous job. Well, Paul, isn't this just going to heighten tension? Well, that's one I love. It heightens tension. No, it doesn't heighten tension if when the LAPD or when the National Guard, the California National Guard says, please disperse. They do the bullhorn thing. Attention, attention, please leave the area now, assuming there's enough people there that speak English. I don't know. But my general response to that, if I'm staring down a line of any big city police department and or accompanied by any state's National Guard, you know what this guy's going to do? I'm going to turn and I'm going to move with due expedience the other way. So let us ask you this to begin the show today, and I give this an unqualified yes. Nip this stuff in the bud before it becomes crazy. A basic question here that I think we can all understand. We're getting a boatload of responses to it right now. If you're going to call up and argue this or discuss this, do it with a modicum of decency here. Let's not name call. Let's not go nuts, but let's discuss the situation. And it's a basic question. Do you agree with President Trump's deployment of National Guard troops to Los Angeles to quell violent anti-ICE protests? Well, they were just peaceful protests. No, they weren't. Not all of them. So let me ask you, yes or no on that question. You okay with this distribution or this deployment, I should say, of National Guard troops to L.A.? I got no problem with it. None. At this point, zero. What are they going to occupy the city forever? Of course not. Here's an idea. Now, I know there may be some people listening to us on the WICC smartphone app, which you can download. I encourage you to do that. Put that on your phones. You may be listening to us streaming at voiceofct.com. Here's an idea. If you want the National Guard to get out of your city, now, I understand this is tough. I understand I may be dealing with some less than educated people. I understand that. If you want the listen carefully now. Hello, you there? If you want the National Guard to leave your city, stop burning stuff. Stop attacking ICE agents. Stop doing that. That might help. Stop defacing and vandalizing federal buildings. That could help too. See, all of that taken in toto, as they say, might get the feds to look at each other and say, all right, it's pretty quiet. It's been quiet here for a few days, so we're going to pull back. But please, spare me the stuff that I've read over the weekend. Oh, my God, this is it. Here comes the Stasi. Here comes the German jackbooted soldiers. Oh, you people. You people have no understanding of history. Let me ask you something. Do you think that the National Guard would have been sent to L.A. by Mr. Trump, whether you like him or not, if the ICE agents weren't attacked? What's the answer? It's a simple question. Yes or no? What do you think? I'll even give you some time to think about it. 203-333-9422. 333-WICC. Do you agree or not with President Trump's deployment of National Guard troops to Los Angeles to help quell violent anti-ICE protests? What do you think? I'm telling you right now, I have zero problem with it. None. In fact, I have less than zero, if that's possible.
You know Connecticut has the best pizza in the entire country. That's why the best way to celebrate our state is by trying all the best pizza around. The Connecticut Pizza and Brew Fest with Brown Roofing, driven by Mazda of Milford, returns to the Hartford Healthcare Amphitheater Sunday, July 20th. Get your tickets now at voiceofct.com. Food trucks, craft beer, live music, pizza panels, and so much more. Celebrate all things pizza at the Connecticut Pizza and Brew Fest.
Safety, security, control, just some of the reasons to call Nick and his team at Property Protection Consulting. Hey, it's Melissa, and I use PPC for our doorbell cameras, smart thermostats, and surveillance cameras because they make my home and family feel safe and secure. Plus, everything is easy to operate. It's all on one app, and if something goes wrong, somebody from the team comes out right away. For security systems for your home or business, book a complimentary consultation with locally owned Property Protection Consulting at ppcalarms.com. Tell them Melissa sent you.
Having an office party, graduation, birthday party? Make your event special with catering from AB's Falafel. AB's Falafel in Trumbull serves the finest and most flavorful falafel, kebabs, salads, shawarma, spinach pies, hummus, and more. Catering from AB's is easy. Go to absfalafel.com and click on catering. Pick from trays of kebabs, falafel, salads, and more. From 10 to 200, cater your next company or family event from locally owned and operated AB's Falafel. absfalafel.com.
You're listening to WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut, broadcasting from Cadillac of Greenwich Studios, CadillacofGreenwich.com.
Columbia Dental's Norwalk office is your go-to family dentist. They offer comprehensive care with general dentists and an oral surgeon. Conveniently located at 91 East Avenue, they're affiliated with the Columbia Implant Center in Manchester, operating 7 days a week, including holidays, to manage any dental emergency. With their in-house digital dental lab, they provide top-tier dental services, including prosthetics, ensuring all your needs are met. For more information, visit columbiadental.com and experience unparalleled dental care.
The Connecticut Lottery reminds you that gambling can be a fun form of entertainment, but it's not risk-free, so it's important to play responsibly. Make sure you understand how the games work. Know the odds, set time limits, and take breaks. To find out more, visit ctlottery.org or responsibleplayct.org. Must be 18 or older to purchase lottery and 21 or older to place sports wagers. Help is available for problem gambling. Call 888-789-7777 or visit ccpg.org.
Hello, my name is Bob Cinto, and I would like to rent you office space. The reason we've done so well is that we put our tenants in front of everything else we do. Your growth is my growth. Your success is my success. And I would love to show you some beautiful properties if you should need space. Thank you.
Start online, SCINTO.com.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Parkway, southbound construction, exit 37 through 36. Left lane is out. And on the Upper Merritt southbound construction, exit 47 down to 46. Right lane is blocked. On the Wilbur Cross northbound, more construction, Route 34 going through the tunnel, and that's in the right lane. And on 91 northbound construction between exits 8 and 9, right lane is out. In Shelton, emergency repairs, Route 8 between exits 12A and B. Traffic report is powered by MJ Thomas Jewelers. Looking to buy or sell gold, visit MJ Thomas Jewelers in Stratford for expert service and great deals. Their knowledgeable staff is there to assist with all your gold needs. For more information, visit mjthomas.com. I'm Natch Krause with WICC Traffic.
For this evening and tonight, showers move in later in the evening. There may be a thunderstorm late with a low near 60. Showers and an afternoon thunderstorm tomorrow with a high in the mid-70s. On Wednesday, sunny and warm with a high near 80. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Ask Alexa to play WICC.
Playing WICC.
Back to Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli on WICC 600 and 95.9.
The voice of Connecticut.
I have less than zero problem, which theoretically is not possible. Zero is zero, just the way you can't be 150% sure of something. But I digress. I'll say it anyway. because it emphasizes my salient point. I have less than zero problem with the National Guard being called into L.A. I don't. And please spare me the peaceful protests here. If the protests were peaceful and everybody was just linking arms or, singing songs or singing old spirituals or sharing psilocybin or wearing their tie-dye T-shirts, listening to Grateful Dead bootlegs, do you think for 1 second the National Guard would be there? Come on. This country, you're killing me here. Figuratively, of course. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. Here's the frustration with the left. And I don't care whether you love Trump or hate him. That's not the issue. The issue is you've got a guy in there now, and you can discuss this back and forth, I get it. This guy doesn't wait. Now, that can be a good thing or a bad thing. We've discussed that before. But he's like, I'm the boss, and I'm going to send these troops in, and if you want to challenge me, go ahead. Now we'll have our pal Thane Rosenbaum on from CBS later about Gavin Newsom challenging Mr. Trump in court, so we'll see how that shakes out. Maybe he has a case, maybe he doesn't. But again, I go to my original question here. Are you against this or not? To keep things at least on some way, shape, or form, calm here. Peaceful protesters don't burn cars. Peaceful protesters don't deface and in some way vandalize federal buildings. Peaceful protesters don't assault ICE agents. Well, we don't like what ICE is doing. Well, you know what? Too bad. They're allowed to do it. They're federal agents going after people who the feds think shouldn't be here. Now, you can discuss that in a court of law, and you get a protest fine. This is nothing new. But please, oh, my God, all weekend I'm watching, these were mostly peaceful protests. No, they weren't. Stop. And by the way, I have an idea. If you want to defeat Republicans in 2026 and 2028, here's a clue. Now, I don't pretend to know everything about all this, but my rather prodigious gut tells me this. It's probably not a good idea to be burning police cars and then running around them with Mexican flags. No, I'm watching that, and there are these guys on these ATVs and these mini bikes. Do you see this shot in the middle of an intersection in L.A.? And they're sitting there high and proud with the Mexican flag. My God, they're producing Republican campaign commercials for free. I'm sitting there saying to myself, are we going to see this in 2026? And are we going to see this in 2028? And you know what's going to happen? There's going to be some very well-paid, deep-voiced voiceover guy, probably somebody from our business or some woman with great chops, great pipes, as we like to say in the business. And you're going to see, I'm telling you, trust me on this, you're going to see that footage of these cars burning and these people circling the cars on mini bikes with Mexican flags. And you're going to hear some voiceover guy or gal, well paid as they might be, you're going to hear him say, they think this is okay. Do you? That's what I would do. No high cost there. Just run, you can run that stuff. You can use it on campaigns as long as it's been broadcast to the public. It's out there right now. So guess what? You're going to see this, especially in 2028, whether it's J.D. Vance or Marco Rubio. You know what they're going to say? They're going to run footage of what you saw over the weekend. And all you have to do was run that footage on a loop over and over and over again, and have that well-paid voiceover person, guy or gal, say, do you trust them? They were okay with this. They didn't want President Trump to secure security with this or something like that. You know what I mean? Come on. The stuff you saw over the weekend, I'm like, oh, my God. They are right now producing the commercials. Now, whether or not you agree with what ICE is doing, That's not the issue. It's not. It's how you react to that. And whether you're going to react like knowledgeable Americans who may voice your opposition or then use the court system, the legal process to challenge that, you can either do it that way or you can respond like animals, which is what we saw over the weekend. I'm not saying anything that wasn't out there. So what do you think of this whole thing? Maybe you're a Trump supporter who says, well, he shouldn't have sent the National Guard in there. Maybe you're a Trump hater that says, yeah, you know what, I don't like the guy, but I think he kept things from getting worse. Maybe, maybe not. I can't tell you. What I can tell you is, to me, nothing wrong here. The National Guard, you tell me, is the National Guard in L.A. infringing on anybody's right to protest? Simple question, yes or no? Are they infringing on vandalism? Yeah. Are they infringing on the desire of some to do physical and emotional damage? Yeah. That's not what we do in a thriving and normal society. We don't. And we don't explain it away. We don't sit here and say, well, you know, they're frustrated and angry. Yeah, so was I when I was a 5-year-old kid. I was frustrated and angry a lot, and Mom and Dad said, hey, too bad. You don't run the house. Todd in Shelton's here. Hello, Todd. How are you?
Hi, Mr. Pacelli. You're doing a phenomenal job.
Thank you, sir. What's on your mind?
I'm with Donald Trump 100%, and those National Guard people are our neighbors and our families, and they're there to restore order, and we voted to make America great again, not to divide America like these people are doing.
All right, Todd, appreciate it. Thank you for the... And, you know, Todd brings up a good point. Imagine that. I wonder, for example, if any of those National Guard soldiers, those men and women that were called up to be on the ready over the weekend, wonder if any of them were L.A. or Southern California residents. Seems to me they would be. But what say you on this? 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. You okay with the National Guard being brought in as a way to keep the rioters in check here? Or did Mr. Trump do something a step too far on this one?
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Parkway, southbound construction, exit 37 through 36. Left lane is out. And on the Upper Merritt southbound construction, exit 47 down to 46. Right lane is blocked. On the Wilbur Cross northbound, more construction, Route 34 going through the tunnel, and that's in the right lane. And on 91 northbound construction between exits 8 and 9, right lane is out. In Shelton, emergency repairs, Route 8 between exits 12A and B. Traffic report is powered by MJ Thomas Jewelers. Looking to buy or sell gold? Visit MJ Thomas Jewelers in Stratford for expert service and great deals. Their knowledgeable staff is there to assist with all your gold needs. For more information, visit mjthomas.com. I'm Andrew Krause with WICC Traffic.
Cloudy with the showers later this evening and overnight. There may be a thunderstorm late with a low near 60. Showers in an afternoon thunderstorm tomorrow with a high in the mid-70s. On Wednesday, sunny and warm with a high of 80. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Are you sick and tired of paying high prices for Continental tires? Then get to Town Fair Tire for the lowest price you'll find anywhere. Yes, the guaranteed lowest price on every Continental tire. Plus, at Town Fair, you get free services for life. Think about it. Why look anywhere else for Continental tires when Town Fair gives you the guaranteed lowest price plus free services for life? Nobody beats a Town Fair Tire deal. Nobody.
Name brands at discount prices. Town Fair Tire.
Hi, I'm Lee Gainham, that garden guy from Gainham's Garden Center and Florist in Fairfield. Do you have questions about your garden? Tune into that garden guy Sunday mornings at 8 for an hour of lively talk about your favorite pastime. We'll have weekly do's and don'ts and gardening tips of the week for our specific area, and we'll take your phone calls so we can offer solutions to problems you may be having in your lawn and garden right now. Call in and talk with me, that garden guy, Sunday mornings at 8 on WICC 600 and 95.9.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-471-9773. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-471-9773. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-471-9773. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. Call 800-471-9773. That's 800-471-9773.
Did you know that when you talk, read, or sing with your child, you're helping to shape their brain? Every parent has the power to create a strong start for our children from the day they are born. Visit TalkingIsTeaching.org for free tips and ideas on how to transform everyday moments into magical moments for learning.
This is WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
CBS News Brief. It's still morning in Los Angeles, but no telling what may happen later today when it comes to possible protests. There's been 3 tense days of them over immigration enforcement operations in the area. Our Elise Preston is there.
National Guardsmen are standing on the ready in front of the federal building. They are armed with shields and batons.
Scientists with the National Institutes of Health have signed a letter to denounce President Trump's deep cuts in research. Jenna Norton is an NIH staffer.
We are speaking on behalf of hundreds of NIH staff who are standing up together to say we dissent.
2 people are dead following a shooting in front of the Bellagio fountains on the Vegas Strip just before 11 last night. Metropolitan Police Undersheriff Andrew Walsh says the suspect is known but not yet under arrest.
The suspect and the victim had previously engaged in some type of conflict using a variety of social media platforms.
CBS News Brief. I'm Matt Piper.
WICC 695.9, Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
Darien High School students may need to put their cell phones in bags during the day starting this fall. The district is considering the recommendation for 9th through 11th grades following great success banning phones in the elementary and middle schools. Seniors would be exempt from the change. The Board of Education is set to vote on whether to implement the change during tomorrow's meeting. The Fairfield School District will be making a similar determination on how to address cell phone use district-wide, but Fairfield Superintendent Michael Testani also noted that efforts to curb phone use must be followed up at home as well.
We have to be careful if we think that this is going to solve the problem. We're going to buy Yonder pouches or another brand name pouch and then think that we did our part, it's over, everything's going to be fixed. There is no perfect solution, but I think we need to do our best to minimize the risk. And the risk, those other 18 hours, is much more vital than the time in school.
A Connecticut high school senior was taken into ICE custody last week in Meriden, along with his father, just days before his high school graduation ceremony. CT Insider reported that the senior, that fellow students identified only as Kevin, was at a regularly scheduled check-in in Hartford when he and his father were arrested. Kevin's classmates are planning to protest his detainment during the graduation ceremonies, and former U.S. Secretary of Education Miguel Cardona, who is a native of Meriden, posted a video of support online.
Know that no matter where you are, on Tuesday, you're going to be a graduate of our school system. I'm sorry this is happening to you, and just know that there are people that stand behind you. Good luck.
A GoFundMe created by Kevin's classmates is currently raising money for his family. A Shelton High School gym teacher and girls track coach is under investigation by police and the State Department of Children and Families. School officials confirmed that police and the DCF are conducting a joint investigation into Jason Keimer. The investigation reportedly began recently with a report to DCF on the undisclosed matter. Keimer is on administrative leave with pay as the investigation takes place. A motorcycle rider has injuries after a crash with a car in Bridgeport. The motorcycle and car collided last night at Jones Avenue and James Street. The unidentified 21-year-old male rider was ejected and thrown from the motorcycle and had regained consciousness before being taken to the hospital. No other injuries are reported from the crash. A Bridgeport man is sentenced to life in prison for the killing of a college student in South Carolina. Abdullah Saifullah was previously convicted of murder and a weapons offense related to the death of 20-year-old David Roldan Dimas in June of 2023. The Coastal Carolina University student was leaving a gym in Carolina Forest when police say he was killed by Saifullah during an apparent carjacking attempt. Saifullah will not be eligible for parole under the sentence handed down last week. And following the approval of a massive housing bill in the state legislature, some Fairfield County communities are pushing back against the measure. In order to meet the new state guidelines, Greenwich will need to build almost 3,500 new housing units, with Stamford still short by 629 and Westport by 560. Earlier today on Melissa in the Morning on WICC, Lieutenant Governor Susan Bisowitz talked about some of the feedback Governor Ned Lamont has received on the bill.
I know that he's received more than 5,000 emails, give or take, since the passage of the bill. Many from folks in Fairfield County, but from people around the state. So I think he is reviewing the bill and also listening to people across the state.
One of the primary criticisms of the new bill has been the increased state power over local municipality planning and zoning boards. Fairfield Republican State Senator Tony Wong is one of many Republicans that considers the new bill to be state overreach.
We're trying to fix an important issue and problem in our state, a housing crisis. But you're doing it by jamming it down the throat of local municipalities.
I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Parkway, southbound construction, exit 37 through 36. Left lane is out. And on the Upper Merritt southbound construction, exit 47 down to 46. Right lane is blocked. On the Wilbur Cross northbound, more construction, Route 34 going through the tunnel, and that's in the right lane. And on 91 northbound construction between exits 8 and 9, right lane is out. In Shelton, emergency repairs, Route 8 between exits 12A and B. Traffic report is powered by MJ Thomas Jewelers. Looking to buy or sell gold? Visit MJ Thomas Jewelers in Stratford for expert service and great deals. Their knowledgeable staff is there to assist with all your gold needs. For more information, visit mjthomas.com. I'm Matt Krause with WICC Traffic.
For this evening and tonight, showers move in later in the evening. There may be a thunderstorm late with a low near 60. Showers and an afternoon thunderstorm tomorrow with a high in the mid-70s. On Wednesday, sunny and warm with a high near 80. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
If Stamford is talking about it, so is Paul. Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
Look, I'm not against the right to protest. I am not. I say this all the time. You want to protest, you want to yell and scream and call the cops pigs and use a verbalist. Okay, I get it. Listen, protest has been part of the fabric of this country since before it was founded back in the 1700s. I understand that. That's not what drives me crazy here. Don't call this a peaceful protest. Well, then they move back to largely peaceful. Then we're probably going to get to somewhat peaceful. No, don't do that. People have their own eyes. It's like the immigration thing. What did I say over the past year? Stop saying the border is closed when CNN, ABC, NBC, PBS, Fox kept running nighttime 6 o'clock and late night and primetime video of thousands of people being ushered over the border. Well, the White House didn't like that. Screw what the Biden White House thought. It was the truth. And if there are any atrocities committed by the National Guard in L.A., show that too. But my God, what is it with people taking the bait here? I don't understand it. And another thing, I don't know about you, but somebody blocks a highway or blocks a road, to me, doesn't have to be long. To me, that's automatic jail time. I'm sorry. That should be automatic jail time. Isn't that a little harsh, Paul? No, it's not. Supposing there's an ambulance caught in that backup, which has happened. It's happened a couple of times here in Connecticut. You tell me, even if you, so let me ask you, if you think blocking streets are okay, and if you think blocking a highway like the 405 out there in L.A. or a major highway in the L.A. area, you okay with that? Say if your mother or your grandmother or your brother or your kid is in an ambulance coming down that freeway because they were just in an accident and they need top-level trauma care to make it. The crew on the ambulance says, well, he or she's probably going to make it, but we got to get you to the hospital stat. Here. You okay with blocking a road? Simple question. 203-333-9422. 333-WICC. Listen, protest all you want. I don't care. If it makes you feel good, and if you're that passionate about something, nothing wrong with protest. All the Trump people, they just want to quell protests. No, they don't. You may want to quell burning cars. You may want to quell people driving in donuts around these cars on mini scooters with Mexican flags. Got to tell you, not a real good visual if you're on the other side of this. Perception is reality. And by the way, we're going to stop ICE from doing what they're going to do. No, you're not. That's why the National Guard was sent in, because these are federal agents. So again, this is not, don't buy this false flag narrative. Oh, this is what Nazi Germany did. Oh, would you stop with the fascism stuff? It's so lame. Read history. Anybody who thinks a fascist state has, with a populace that has 400 million guns, you think a fascist state is going to take hold in this country? Come on. You're smarter than that, and you know that. What you don't want to admit is, whether you detest the guy or love the guy, Trump is a master at putting the bait out there, and the other side, whatever side the other side happens to be, they take it hook, line, sinker, dinner plate, napkin, fork, nutcracker, spoon, and whatever. And it's just crazy. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. Ralph in Bridgeport. Ralph, you're on. Hello, how are you?
Thank you very much. How you doing, sir?
What's up?
Okay, two things here.
Yeah.
Two things here. If they wanted to stop everything at the border, first of all, I hope you understand, I am not a Trumpster at all. I'm a Trump hater.
Okay.
I hate his politics all the way.
Okay.
And when he did it, when he said that if she wasn't my daughter, I'll date her. We all know what he meant.
Okay.
I don't care about a Republican. A Republican is fine with me if he's a good Republican.
Okay.
This one is not, without a shadow of a doubt. If you wanted to stop everybody at the border, fine. Take your National Guard and shoot them all.
I don't think we want to do that, Ralph.
Obviously not.
Yeah.
And when it comes to protesting,
yeah,
we're sending our troops for an argument.
Well, wait a minute. There's nothing against an argument in America, but when you start burning cars, attacking federal agents, and desecrating and attacking federal buildings, I think, Ralph, that's a little bit above an argument, don't you?
I totally agree with you that it's above an argument. When it comes to let me go protect this building, I'm going to kill somebody for killing a building.
Well, who's talking? Who's been killed so far?
Nobody. No. What I'm saying is, what is a National Guard guy going to do if that guy raises his hand? He's going to shoot him.
You don't know that. You'd prefer he not do that, but you don't know that.
Absolutely not.
Well, and Ralph, thank you for the call, my friend. I do appreciate it. But here's the other alternative. That person or that gentleman or that lady that Ralph referred to there, they can always turn around and walk away, right? Can't they do that? If they want to protest, they can go sing songs or this and the other, right? And they can yell and scream and call the cops or call a National Guard agent a dirty blanking pig or whatever. That's fine. But I have an idea. Here's an idea. If you want to look good for your cause, don't burn stuff.
Maritime Chevrolet Fleet Solutions takes the headache out of managing your company vehicles. Our program is designed to save you time and, most importantly, money throughout the entire life cycle of your company vehicle, ordering, financing, maintaining, and upgrading. This way, you can focus on your business and put us to work instead. If you own or manage a fleet of commercial trucks or cars, let us show you how to evolve your business at MaritimeChevy.com. World-class technicians, superior professionalism, and customer care starts at MaritimeChevy.com.
This is your CT Insider weather update. Expect a muggy mix of sun and clouds with a chance of heavy rain showers and some thunderstorms for good measure. Highs in the mid to upper 70s, lows dip back down into the 60s after sundown. Powered by CT Insider.
There's more to Connecticut with CT Insider, a hometown behind every headline. With every issue, investigation, or interview, there's more when you're following from the inside. Visit ctinsider.com for more.
I'm still going for it, even with higher stroke risk from atrial fibrillation and a regular heartbeat not caused by a heart valve problem. Over a 3-year study, Eliquis apixaban tablets reduced stroke risk better than warfarin, and over 97% of Eliquis patients did not experience a stroke. A first stroke occurred in 2.9% of warfarin patients versus 2.3% of Eliquis patients.
Don't stop taking prescription Eliquis without asking your doctor. It may increase your stroke risk. Eliquis can cause serious and in rare cases fatal bleeding. Don't take Eliquis if you have an artificial heart valve, abnormal bleeding, or antiphospholipid syndrome. While taking, you may bruise more easily or take longer for bleeding to stop. A spinal injection while on Eliquis increases risk of blood clots, which may cause paralysis, the inability to move. Get medical help right away for unexpected bleeding, unusual bruising, or tingling, numbness, or muscle weakness. Medications such as aspirin products, NSAIDs, SSRIs, SNRIs, and blood thinners may increase bleeding risk. Tell your doctor about all planned medical or dental procedures. Learn more at Eliquis.com or call 1-855-ELIQUIS.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Parkway, southbound construction, exit 37 through 36. Left lane is out. And on the Upper Merritt southbound construction, exit 47 down to 46. Right lane is blocked. On the Wilbur Cross northbound, more construction. Route 34 going through the tunnel, and that's in the right lane. And on 91 northbound construction between exits 8 and 9, right lane is out. In Shelton, emergency repairs, Route 8 between exits 12A and B. Traffic report is powered by MJ Thomas Jewelers. Looking to buy or sell gold? Visit MJ Thomas Jewelers in Stratford for expert service and great deals. Their knowledgeable staff is there to assist with all your gold needs. For more information, visit mjthomas.com. I'm Natch Krause with WICC Traffic.
Cloudy with the showers later this evening and overnight. There may be a thunderstorm late with a low near 60. Showers in an afternoon thunderstorm tomorrow with a high in the mid-70s. On Wednesday, sunny and warm with a high of 80. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Listen while you're at work at voiceofct.com. Now back to Connecticut Today with Paul Pizzelli on WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
All right, 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. Thanks once again to Ralph in Bridgeport, who kicked off the phone parade today. 203-333-9422. By the way, that's talk or text. So what do you think here? Like I've been saying, look, as long as something Ralph brought up, listen, the problem is going to be if these National Guard troops start firing on people. You don't want another Kent State there, obviously. Is the chance of that happening greater the more guns you have in there? Of course, just by the numbers. But again, the people screaming and yelling about the National Guard, they control the situation. The Guard really doesn't. If everybody doing the protest now, in fact, I was watching a little bit of it live. They're on the streets of L.A. again. if everybody doing this just turned around and went, we're done. See you later. Hey, catch you later, man. Hey, we're going to go on that bike ride next week, right? I'll see you later. Imagine if every protester went home. And the National Guard had nothing to do but stand there and look around and talk about how long the deployment's going to last and if they're going to be able to get back home before the weekend. See, that's my point. If the protests were peaceful and if nobody was attacking ICE, if none of this was happening, the Guard wouldn't be there. But again, the Trump opposition, he's got them eating right out of the palm of his hand. And I know what you're saying. Well, we don't like what ICE is doing. I got news for you. Attacking the ICE agents is not going to help. It's only going to make things worse. Now, if you want to do that, nobody's going to have any sort of sympathy for you when you get banged over the head. I mean, it's just what it is. Did Trump overreact to this? Yeah, he may have. And you know what? There's a method to the madness here. Boy, he sounds like a guy, and I've never met him. I met his parents once years ago. He sounds like a guy that you just don't want to say, hey, Don, don't do this, or you can't do this. And he probably says, I can't. Watch me. Mary and Ansonia is with us. Mary, good afternoon. How are you?
Good. How are you?
I'm good, Mary. What's on your mind?
My whole thing with, I'm old.
Okay. Okay.
And back in the day,
yeah,
we wanted to protest. We walked around. We held signs.
Mm-hmm.
We didn't burn cars. We didn't,
yeah,
throw rocks at police. We didn't do Molotov cocktails.
Yeah.
And my whole thing is, he should send in the National Guard.
Yeah. So you're all right with that?
Just to try to make some kind of sense out of this. I don't even know,
Yeah, and Mary, thank you for the call. I appreciate it. And look, you can look back at all the protesters in this, especially in Vietnam and stuff like that. People say, well, sometimes you have to commit violence or vandalism, or violence brings change. Really? Ask the people you commit the violence on. See what they say about that. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. Talk or text. Can you imagine the comeback, the touche to the White House if all these protesters just went up to all these National Guard troops there and smiled at them and took off their masks and gave them a handshake and everybody walked home? But they won't, because they take the bait every single freaking time. It always happens. Let's go to Dan in Ansonia is with us. Hello, Dan. How are you?
Good. How you doing, Paul?
Dan, I'm all right, Dan. What do you got?
Yeah, that's good. Hey, 70% of those people that ended up there last night didn't even know what was going on, what the protest was about. They were just there to create havoc.
Being referred to as agitators, right? It's what they mean, professional agitators.
Exactly.
Yeah. I mean, we saw that, Dan. We saw that with those Columbia protests last year. Remember? Even the mayor of New York and the NYPD said, most of these people don't even go to Columbia. They're just here.
No.
Yeah.
They had a website, actually, a manual how to protest and destroy stuff. And
that's great.
Yeah. And as far as the National Guard being there, I think if they weren't there, I think that whole city would end up burned down.
Well, that's the problem. And Dan, thank you for the call. Appreciate it. Listen, if you had the choice, never mind Trump. Let's say it's President. I mean, let's just say it's and the question was asked of you. Would you rather the President of the United States act early or act late on something like this? What are most people going to say? They're going to say early. Not a question of violence or nonviolence. It's a question of you got two choices. Let's assume there's no perfect time to call an order out like this. Let's assume that. So then you have two choices. Too early or too soon or too late. Which one you going to pick? 80% of Americans would say, 90% I'll bet you, they would say too early or early instead of late. It's just the way it is. Andy is here before news. Andy, hello.
Paluch, I think it is time to determine who is instigating, organizing, and funding these events and neutralize those people in a very harsh and immediate way before we have another Minneapolis.
Well, I think, Andy, that was part of the reasoning that they went in early on this, right? Don't you think? You have to kind of nip this in the bud, correct?
Well, Trump has a spine. Biden, who knows what he was doing, if he even knew about Minneapolis when it was going on. And let's end it. It's like if you break the law, you're a hero. If you defend the law, you're a villain and a Nazi.
Yeah.
These leftists have gone like just the totally parallel opposite universe, Paul.
Yeah, and Andy, thank you for the call, my friend. Got to scoot here with the clock. It's a tough call. It is really. Sometimes. Oh, and by the way, I'm just looking at the monitor here as we go to news and traffic and weather together. Another helpful tip here from your pudgy white Italian suburban cranky talk show host here. If a National Guard person tells you to please move back, or I'm going to do pepper spray or tear gas in your face, my advice would be to do that, to move back. You know, I love these people who suddenly cry and start to scream. Admittedly, I would imagine pepper spray is not a good thing. I wouldn't want to get maced or tear gassed. That usually comes with a warning. And I have an idea. I have a thought on this. Just me, kind of funny me, but I think taking a mouthful of pepper spray doesn't do anything for your cause. Just saying. Traffic and weather together right here, right now on WICC in the afternoon.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now traffic.
Parkway, southbound construction, exit 37 through 36. Left lane is out. And on the Upper Merritt southbound construction, exit 47 down to 46. Right lane is blocked. On the Wilbur Cross northbound, more construction, Route 34 going through the tunnel, and that's in the right lane. And on 91 northbound construction between exits 8 and 9, right lane is out. In Shelton, emergency repairs, Route 8 between exits 12A and B. Traffic report is powered by MJ Thomas Jewelers. Looking to buy or sell gold? Visit MJ Thomas Jewelers in Stratford for expert service and great deals. Their knowledgeable staff is there to assist with all your gold needs. For more information, visit mjthomas.com. I'm Natch Krause with WICC Traffic.
For this evening and tonight, showers move in later in the evening. There may be a thunderstorm late with a low near 60. Showers and an afternoon thunderstorm tomorrow with a high in the mid-70s. On Wednesday, sunny and warm with a high near 80. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Real Women Have Curves has the audience leaping to its feet. The Daily Beast calls it one of the best show-stopping numbers of the entire season. And now it's a 12-time award nominee, including Best Musical. The Washington Post says it's a laugh-out-loud musical comedy with a massive dose of heart. Get tickets at CurvesBroadway.com.
When you switch to Progressive, you could save bundling your home and auto. Then you could put that money towards some of the surprisingly more expensive things in life.
May I help you? I just wanted to request a late checkout, please. Of course. That's $30 per hour for up to 4 hours. Huh. Okay, but if you can offer a late checkout, then that probably means no one is staying in that room. So if it's empty, maybe I can just stay a few extra hours. Oh, aren't you adorable?
Life costs a lot, so bundle and you could save with Progressive. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers. Not available in all states.
Back to the news and talk. Thanks to Smart MLS. Smart sellers ask, is my home on Smart MLS? The voice of Connecticut. WICC's 695.9. It's Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli.
Had a call from a nice person who didn't want to go on the air, apparently chatting with Chris, and so wondering why I'm not talking about January 6th more. Well, I think over the past few years, if you've listened to the program, you've heard me say numerous times, to the point of where I get yelled at by some folks about it. I thought January 6th was pure, unadulterated, idiotic lunacy on every side. I was on the air when that was happening. And I remember saying that day, what in hell is going on here? Where's the National Guard? Come to find out, there was chatter about this a couple of weeks beforehand. We never had those questions answered, did we? So, and I saw that over the weekend. That's because, with all due respect to the gentleman that called, thank you, and it's a good point because it is out there on the internet. Oh, my God, people. I know a lot of people hated January 6th. Some people loved it. Here's the bottom line. It was 4 and change years ago. You have to live in the present. You don't forget the past. I'm not saying that because sometimes history can repeat, but come on. Present day.
WICC Bridgeport, WFOX Southport, WEBE HD2 Westport, WPLR HD2 New Haven. Locally owned by Connoisseur Media.
Is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by Progressive Insurance.
I'm Matt Piper. The state of California is suing President Trump. State Attorney General Rob Bonta.
I, in partnership with Governor Gavin Newsom, are suing President Trump and asking the court to set aside the president's unlawful action federalizing the California National Guard.
He says the state's sovereignty was trampled by Trump ordering National Guard troops to get a hold on L.A. protests this weekend. Legal analyst Laurie Levinson.
The governor has said that there was no effort by the Trump administration to coordinate with California or Los Angeles officials, and that, in fact, it's done more harm than good to call out the National Guard.
I'm Stacey Lynn at the White House. After returning from Camp David, the president stopped to talk briefly with reporters on the South Lawn. He commented on California's governor.
I like Gavin Newsom. He's a nice guy, but he's grossly incompetent.
And was asked who is instigating the chaos in L.A.
People that are causing the problem are professional agitators. They're insurrectionists. They're bad people. They should be in jail.
There are reports of ICE protests happening now from L.A. to New York to Atlanta. President Trump's travel ban against 12 countries began today. It primarily targets countries in Africa and the Middle East. And Trump says it's necessary to preserve national security and prevent terrorism. CBS's Turian Small.
A lot of these places were the target of Donald Trump's ire on the campaign trail. So places like Venezuela, Haiti.
An alarming report is out on kids and guns. Lead study author from Harvard Medical School, Jeremy Faust, says states that have loosened firearm laws since a 2010 Supreme Court case have seen more pediatric gun deaths.
In the permissive and most permissive states, there were 7,400 more pediatric firearm deaths than would have been expected.
It's contained now, but a riot at Tennessee's largest prison has led to a lockdown.
The trouble happened at the Trousdale Turner Correctional Facility in Hartsville, Tennessee, northeast of Nashville. Trousdale County Sheriff Ray Russell says about 100 lawmen responded to the situation.
The county's coming out helping us with this. It means a lot. You know, we're a small county here, and it really helps out a lot, them coming to help us.
The maximum security prison has some 2,500 inmates. Jim Crisoulas, CBS News.
French President Macron has just said that a Gaza humanitarian blockade is a scandal. Israel sees an aid boat with activists, including Greta Thunberg.
I urge all my friends, family, and comrades to put pressure on the Swedish government to release me and the others.
She put out that pre-recorded message after the boat was halted. This is CBS News.
Sponsored by Progressive. Protect your auto, home, and business with Progressive and get 24/7 coverage. See if you can save at Progressive.com. That's Progressive.com.
Do you have 3 ex-wives and your current trophy wife wants a life insurance policy 3 times the size of the policies you had to purchase for your previous mistakes? If so, you need to call Big Lou at Term Provider, 800-230-2777. Big Lou is intimately familiar with your problems, and if you're 50 or 60 years old and in reasonably good health, a $1 million policy should only cost about $100 to $200 per month. Big Lou may have a solution for your previous policies as well. you may even save enough money to lighten the load on your new $1 million policy. Remember, call Big Lou. He's like you, except he's only on number 2. Call Term Provider at 800-230-2777. That's 800-230-2777. For $1 million in term life insurance that you can live with. Call Big Lou at 800-230-2777. 800-230-2777.
WICC 695.9. Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
A Shelton High School gym teacher and girls track coach is under investigation by police and the State Department of Children and Families. School officials confirmed that police and the DCF are conducting a joint investigation into Jason Keimer. The investigation reportedly began recently with a report to DCF on an undisclosed matter. Keimer is on administrative leave with pay as the investigation takes place. The president of Central Connecticut State University received a letter containing a suspicious substance at her home. School president Zulma Toro received the letter at her Burlington home on Friday, and a hazardous materials team was sent to the house. Toro did not require any medical assistance after receiving the unidentified substance. Toro says the college is working with federal, state, and local law enforcement in investigating the incident. Darien High School students may need to put their cell phones in bags during the day starting this fall. The district is considering the recommendation for 9th through 11th grades following great success banning phones in the elementary and middle schools. Seniors would be exempt from the change. The Board of Education is set to vote on whether to implement the change during tomorrow's meeting. The Fairfield School District will be making a similar determination about how to address cell phone use district-wide, but Fairfield Superintendent Michael Testani also noted that efforts to curb phone use must be followed up at home as well.
We have to be careful if we think that this is going to solve the problem. We're going to buy Yonder pouches or another brand name pouch and then think that we did our part, it's over, everything's going to be fixed. There is no perfect solution. But I think we need to do our best to minimize the risk. And the risk, those other 18 hours, is much more vital than the time in school.
And following the approval of a massive housing bill in the state legislature, some Fairfield County communities are pushing back against the measure. In order to meet the new state guidelines, Greenwich will need to build almost 3,500 new housing units, with Stamford still short by 629 and Westport by 560. Earlier today on Melissa in the Morning on WICC, Lieutenant Governor Susan Bysowitz talked about some of the feedback Governor Ned Lamont has received about the bill.
I know that he's received more than 5,000 emails, give or take, since the passage of the bill, many from folks in Fairfield County, but from people around the state. So I think he is reviewing the bill and also listening to people across the state.
One of the primary criticisms of the new bill has been the increased state power over local municipality planning and zoning boards. Fairfield Republican State Senator Tony Wong is one of many Republicans that considers the new bill to be state government overreach.
We're trying to fix an important issue and problem in our state, a housing crisis. But you're doing it by jamming it down the throat of local municipalities.
I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound over an hour. Greenwich to Bridgeport Parkway is a little easier. 95 busy, but moving through New Haven. And on 91 northbound, residual delays getting into Wallingford from earlier construction. Traffic report powered by St. Anthony's Church. St. Margaret's Shrine on Park Avenue in Bridgeport is the place to be this weekend. Attend Bridgeport's original Italian festival, the Feast of St. Anthony, this weekend, 2325 Park Ave in Bridgeport. I'm Edge Krause with WICC Traffic.
Cloudy with the showers later this evening and overnight. There may be a thunderstorm late with a low near 60. Showers in an afternoon thunderstorm tomorrow with a high in the mid-70s. On Wednesday, sunny and warm with a high of 80. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
You're listening to Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
And by the way, if you'd like me to do if you would like to watch me do the show, go to our feed on Twitch. Go to Twitch, as in, yes, I have a muscle, Twitch, Twitch, twitch.tv, or look up our page on YouTube. You know what that is, youtube.com, and search for WICC. Click on the symbol there, and you'll see live videos of me from the studio. So I'm waving to the camera right now. Hey, how are you? 203-333-9422, 333 WICC. Yes, I'm watching all the peaceful protests in L.A. on my screen here, burning cars, people circling the cars with Mexican flags. Least of the Vietnam protests were about America, about the internal workings of America. Here, we got Mexican scooters circling a burning car in L.A., but that's peaceful. Yeah. Oh, look at this. Thick black smoke. What do you think's in there? By the way, these idiots, here's how dumb you are. You torch a car with thick black smoke coming out of that car, whether it's an EV or whatever. Do you realize the carcinogens that you're releasing there? Seriously, do you have a brain? Do you have for brains? 203-333-9422, 333 WICC. Once again, question, pretty straightforward, I think. Go to our Facebook page, facebook.com/Voice of CT. Do you agree with President Trump's deployment of National Guard troops to Los Angeles to quell violent anti-ICE protests? Now, he may be standing on some shaky legal ground. You don't know. Right? You don't know. We'll see if that's going to be decided in the courts. Our pal Thane Rosenbaum from CBS News coming up with that just a bit after the bottom of the hour news at 3:30. There's an interesting survey that came out over the weekend, and it just plays into something I started to say about a year and a half ago, when I realized the president, with all due respect, got to respect whomever's in there, love him or hate him. I was saying something for about a year and a half, and it turned out to be true. Henry's with us. Henry, good afternoon, sir. How are you?
Paulie.
Yeah.
You can hear me okay? I'm on a cell phone. You can hear me?
You're coming in crystal clear.
Okay, now, you always hang up on because you think that I blame everything on Trump. Trump is the most intelligent president come along in my lifetime.
Could be.
No, I'm telling you the truth. I hope I have a minute.
Go right ahead,
sir. People that collect magazines, you know how you can...
Sure.
Collectors. They collect Superman magazines, and they buy and show.
Yeah.
And I was with some people, and the most expensive one that you could buy, I think, was the Playboy that had Marilyn Monroe.
Okay, yeah.
Jim Thorpe, Sports Illustrated.
Yeah,
there's some that are really, really... So collectors have them.
Okay.
You can collect 50 years worth of TV guides.
Yeah.
Well, one person had 50 years of or whatever of not time, People.
Okay.
People magazine.
Yeah.
And they can't, they have the kind of lawyers and people working for them. Well, they're not going to quote.
Okay.
They're going to get sued.
Yeah.
They can't quote something that isn't true. And Trump didn't even deny it. In 1998.
Okay.
Now, you can look this up.
It's in People magazine.
This is not my opinion.
1998.
1998. They asked Trump, do you ever think a man of your... Because they love him in 1998, all of New York City. Will you ever...
What's her name?
Will you ever run for president?
Yeah.
Will you ever run for president? He says, well, I've thought about it.
Sure.
Maybe someday.
Yeah.
This is 1998.
You know who used to beg him? You know who used to beg him to run for president? Oprah. Oh, yeah. She loved him.
Yeah. So naturally, the next question was... I'm sure because of the way you feel about politics that you'll run as an independent, won't you?
Yeah.
And he said, no, I would never run as an independent.
Yeah.
I would run as a Republican.
Yeah.
And after I quote him now, you're probably going to say something that will probably enhance what he said.
Okay.
He says, because the stupidest group of voters in this country are the Republicans. And he says, and because of the way they listen to Limbaugh, they never turn off channel, the Fox News?
Yeah.
This is 1998.
Okay.
They never turn it off. They listen to nothing but garbage. They never turn it off. Imagine a person like me. I could lie, get away with everything. I could do whatever I please because I would never, that's the group I want to go with.
Hey, Henry,
And
how
so
about
here we are.
How about if I told you that quote was fabricated and it never happened?
Well, then how come People Magazine didn't get sued?
Well, Henry, thank you, my friend. Let's go to the break here, and I'll on the other side. Henry, I knew you were where you were going on this, and I have heard that quote before. And according to 2 or 3 sites that checked it out, because that quote has been attributed to a bunch of different people on the Democrat or Republican side. So, Henry, thank you. Always good to hear from you. And I'm glad you brought that up because a lot of people have brought up that quote for both Democrats and Republicans. And I tell them, no. It never happened. It's wrong. I'll give you a little sample of that coming up after this.
Did you run out of the house and miss breakfast? And now there's nothing in the office kitchen? Then you need the WICC City Line Florist Breakfast Brigade. We'll bring delicious treats from Cakes by Sonia and make our way around southern Connecticut until we reach your office. Sign up at voiceofct.com and the WICC City Line Florist Breakfast Brigade will be on the way.
A.G. Williams Painting. A.G. Williams Painting. The people you trust to do the job right.
Imagine your house perfectly painted. Fresh colors, clean lines, looking better than ever. And now imagine a painting experience that's just as good. We're talking friendly painters, easy communication, and never feeling in the dark. With A.G. Williams Painting, you don't have to imagine it.
A.G. Williams Painting. The people you trust to do the job right.
A.G. Williams Painting has been painting in your neighborhood since 1906, and they know how to do it right. You'll love their team, too. A.G. Williams Painting has career craftspeople who are totally dedicated to their work and invested in your project. That means peace of mind and a paint job you can be proud of.
A.G. Williams Painting. A.G. Williams Painting. The people you trust to do the job right.
You're listening to WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut, broadcasting from Cadillac of Greenwich Studios, CadillacofGreenwich.com.
Selling your home is a numbers game. The more potential buyers who see it, the greater the opportunity to sell. And when your home is listed on Smart MLS, more than 21,000 realtors see it, and so do all their buyers. Suddenly, the number of people looking at your home starts to grow by a lot. More realtors sharing your listing, more people seeing your home, more offers coming in, and maybe even more cash in your pocket. Smart move, right? Ask your realtor. Is my house on Smart MLS? Smart MLS, the smart way to sell your home.
Need the perfect flowers for any occasion? Trust City Line Florist, Trumbull's local florist for 107 years and 4 generations. From birthdays to anniversaries, celebrations to just because, City Line Florist delivers stunning, high-quality flowers, same day, anywhere in the country. Stop by their beautiful gift shop and greenhouse at 2978 Nichols Ave in Trumbull or order online at citylineflorist.com. City Line Florist, making life's moments bloom since 1918.
Who picks Post University? People who pick Post are people who believe in themselves and their potential. Post people want a school that helps them succeed on their terms, on their budget, and on their schedule. They want on-campus activities and online flexibility. Most of all, they want an education that could help prepare them for success in over 50 fields. Because when you're an Eagle, the sky's the limit. Are you a Post person? Find out now at post.edu.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound over an hour. Greenwich to Bridgeport Parkway is a little easier. 95 busy, but moving through New Haven. And on 91 northbound, residual delays getting into Wallingford from earlier construction. Traffic report powered by St. Anthony's Church. St. Margaret's Shrine on Park Avenue in Bridgeport is the place to be this weekend. Attend Bridgeport's original Italian festival, the Feast of St. Anthony, this weekend, 2325 Park Ave in Bridgeport. I'm Andrew Krause with WICC Traffic.
For this evening and tonight, showers move in later in the evening. There may be a thunderstorm late with a low near 60. Showers and an afternoon thunderstorm tomorrow with a high in the mid-70s. On Wednesday, sunny and warm with a high near 80. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Everything you need to know to stay informed. Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli is back on the Voice of Connecticut. WICC 600 and 95.9.
And thanks to our friend Henry for bringing this up. And this quote has been out there for years and years. And I found a debunking of it from Reuters, which, of course, is an international news agency. Some people would say it's the best in the world. No, it's better than AP. It's better than, all these other news agencies. But usually when Reuters Reuters report something, they get it right, usually. And I'll just give it to you here just to answer what Henry said. And I'm glad he brought it up because this does resurface every few years. It's been ascribed to Donald Trump. It's been ascribed to James Carville, a bunch of people. An old quote falsely attributed to Donald Trump has resurfaced again. The viral meme, in other words, a meme is just a thing that circulates online, be it a song, a print, a picture, whatever. It alleges that Donald Trump told People magazine in 1998 that Republicans are, quote, the dumbest group of voters in the country. The quote has been debunked several times since it surfaced first in 2015. Users have recently been sharing it online on social media again. The meme reads, and Henry had it almost perfectly, what it reads is, quote, if I were to run, I'd run as a Republican. They're the dumbest group of voters in the country. They believe anything on Fox News. I could lie, and they'd still eat it up. I bet my numbers would be terrific. Quote, Donald Trump, People magazine, 1998. People magazine has confirmed in the past that its archive has no register of the alleged quote. A spokesperson for People magazine told the online site factcheck.org, quote, People looked into this exhaustively when it first surfaced back in October of 2015. We combed through every Trump story in our archive. We couldn't find anything remotely like this quote and no interview at all in 1990. So there you go. Henry, thank you. So just so people know. And it's been used on the other side, too. There have been they attached it to James Carville once. Carville, they say, Carville said, Democrats win elections because their people are dumb as a box of rocks and they believe anything on MSNBC. And I read that and I went, he's not going to say that. Come on. Now, I think Trump actually did say, didn't he say I could shoot somebody on Fifth Avenue and it wouldn't affect me or whatever? By the way, speaking of, before we go to news and traffic and weather together, late in 2023, mid to late 2023, if you remember that, not too long ago, a lot of you folks were listening here. We appreciate that. Late in 2023, when I thought Mr. Trump would be the nominee again, I said, you know what, if he wins, it'll be on immigration. It will. And I remember telling you folks that. I said, listen, I could be wrong, but I'm telling you, the video coming out of the border and the reluctance of Mr. Biden and Ms. Harris and people like Richard Blumenthal and people like Chris Murphy and Jim Himes and Rosa DeLauro and Johanna Hayes and John Larson and Joe Courtney ad infinitum, the reluctance of our 7 Democratic members of Congress to say anything forceful about immigration is going to hurt them and could reelect Trump, and it did. So this past Sunday, and again, why is Trump leaning so hard, or the president, I should say, leaning so hard immigration because it works. And it works for a lot of people in the country. The Trump deportation program nets positive approval ratings among contrasting views over its scope. That, folks, is a new CBS News poll. Not from Fox, not from Newsmax, not from Rasmussen. It's a CBS News poll. Let me give you some of the numbers here before we go to news. And you may say, well, what's this with the immigration? Why does he do this? Because it works and people want it. That's why. Do you approve or disapprove of the Trump White House plan to deport immigrants illegally in the U.S.? 54% approve, 46% don't. And when you get to 54%, that's more than just Republicans. And it turns out to be, it's a smidge of Democrats and about half of independents. And that's how it works. 54 to 46. So listen, in a polarized country, 54% ain't bad. So understand that when you have family members or your friends or even you who say, oh my God, why are we doing this? It's because the majority in the country wants it. Not saying it's right or wrong, but it works. I don't know what else to tell you here. Trump's deportation program is making people in the U.S. safer, less safe, or no change. 42% say safer. Only 30% say less safe, and only 27% say no change. So add 42 and 27. What do you get? 69%. Okay, basically 70%. So what does that mean? Follow along here. So only 30% believe it's less safe. So keep that in mind. I'm telling you, folks, keep that in mind. Every time you hear a local member of the Democratic majority in Hartford or the General Assembly saying, well, you know, we're a safer community when we don't have immigration deportations and the immigrants feel more comfortable to speak with local police, 70% of people don't believe that. Only 30% of people say that the immigration crackdown is making us less safe. 30%. And again, we hear this over and over and over in Hartford, in our local cities. We're actually safer. No. 70% of people are either say they're safer, 42% or 27% say no, there's no change by getting rid of illegals. Again, I'm not saying whether that's right or wrong. I don't have the empirical data. But please, the next time you have anybody say, well, you know, when we do these crackdowns, we're less safe, only 30% of people believe that. As we move along on WICC.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound over an hour. Greenwich to Bridgeport Parkway is a little easier. 95 busy but moving through New Haven. And on 91 northbound residual delays getting into Wallingford from earlier construction. Traffic report powered by St. Anthony's Church. St. Margaret's Shrine on Park Avenue in Bridgeport is the place to be this weekend. Attend Bridgeport's original Italian festival, the Feast of St. Anthony, this weekend, 2325 Park Ave in Bridgeport. I'm Andrew Krause with WICC Traffic.
Cloudy with the showers later this evening and overnight. There may be a thunderstorm late with a low near 60. Showers and an afternoon thunderstorm tomorrow with a high in the mid-70s. On Wednesday, sunny and warm with a high of 80. I'm meteorologist Paul Fiorek on WICC.
This is the Duchess Restaurant Concert Guide. Duchess Restaurants. Fresh food served fast.
Sunday, June 15th, Suzanne Vega at Ridgefield Playhouse. Tuesday, June 17th, Sean Colvin at the Kate in Old Saybrook. Wednesday, July 18th, BB Mack is at Fairfield Theater Company. Saturday, June 21st, James Blunt at Foxwoods. Thursday, June 26th, the Beach Boys are also at Foxwoods Resort Casino. Sunday, June 29th, it's James Arthur at Mohegan Sun. Sunday, July 6th, Counting Crows at Hartford Healthcare Amphitheater. Theater. Tuesday, July 8th, it's Rick Springfield at the Amp. Friday, July 11th, Daryl Hall at Foxwoods. Sunday, July 13th, you've got Lumineers at Mohegan Sun and Michael Franti and Spearhead at Levitt Pavilion. Friday, July 18th, Blues Traveler, Jim Blossom, Spin Doctors, all at Toyota Oakdale Theater.
The Duchess Restaurant Concert Guide. Whether it's breakfast, lunch, or dinner, get fresh food served fast at any one of our 12 Duchess restaurants located throughout Connecticut. Duchess Restaurants. Fresh food served fast.
Are you a parent of a 2 to 8-year-old? Listen closely for an exciting offer, then head to abcmouse.com/radio to learn more. By now, you've probably heard of ABC Mouse, the award-winning online learning program.
ABC Mouse is like a little one-on-one teacher. It has helped her so much.
Designed by education experts, ABC Mouse seamlessly aligns with what your child is already learning in school. And with over 10,000 learning activities and more than 850 lessons, it's an engaging and comprehensive curriculum. More info at abcmouse.com/radio.
I have been teaching for 13 years, and I've never seen a program like ABC Mouse. It encompasses science, math, reading, social studies.
We're offering a promo at abcmouse.com/radio to try it free for a month, then $14.99 per month until canceled. Go to abcmouse.com/radio to see this offer. That's abcmouse.com/radio. Actual ABC Mouse users compensated for their testimonials. Sponsored by Age of Learning.
This is WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
CBS News Brief. California's Attorney General Rob Bonta has just announced that the state is suing President Trump. He says bringing in the National Guard is illegal and causes chaos.
What we saw yesterday happened after the president's unnecessary, counterproductive, and, most importantly, unlawful order.
The unrest began following large-scale immigration enforcement operations in the area on Friday. Many National Institutes of Health researchers and staffers have signed a letter criticizing Trump's cuts to public health. Scientist Ian Morgan was among them.
Coming in with this without any notion of how it's done and breaking everything, there's a cost to that.
Chinese and U.S. trade officials are holding talks in London. White House National Economic Council Director Kevin Hassett.
The purpose of the meeting today is to make sure that they're serious, but to literally get handshakes and get this thing behind us.
Tariffs have been rocking global markets for months. CBS News Brief. I'm Matt Piper.
WICC 695.9, Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
A Trumbull nursing home that was evacuated twice within the last 3 months has 245 sinks in the facility, only 5 of which were operational at the time of the first evacuation. St. Joseph's Center in Trumbull was first evacuated in March after the Connecticut Department of Public Health received a confidential complaint about the water at the facility. After an inspection, DPH concluded that only 5 sinks were in operation out of the facility's 245. The reason was given as a lack of filters for Legionella, the bacteria that causes Legionnaire's disease. The report also states there were no functioning showers in the facility. The nursing home was again evacuated last month after fire safety concerns were raised. On May 29th, a spokesperson for Genesis Healthcare, the parent organization of St. Joseph's, said Genesis is looking to close the facility permanently. The nursing home currently has more than 200 residents in its care. Governor Ned Lamont has joined with multiple other Democratic governors nationwide in condemning President Trump's use of the National Guard to control multiple protests in Los Angeles, California. The protesters were rallying against the administration's immigration policies and enforcement. The statement released by the governors said in part, quote, President Trump's move to deploy California's National Guard is an alarming abuse of power. Governors are the commanders-in-chief of their National Guard, and the federal government activating them in their own borders without consulting or working with the state's governor is ineffective and dangerous. However, state Republicans have largely supported the president's decision, with Brookfield Republican Senate Minority Leader Steve Harding releasing his own statement, saying, quote, we pray that the National Guard helps to restore law and order ASAP. A Bridgeport man is sentenced to life in prison for the killing of a college student in North Carolina. Abdullah Saifullah was previously convicted of murder and a weapons offense related to the death of 20-year-old David Roldan Dimas in June of 2023. The Coastal Carolina University student was leaving a gym in Carolina Forest when police say he was killed by Saifullah during an apparent carjacking attempt. Saifullah will not be eligible for parole under the sentence handed down last week. A motorcycle rider has injuries after a crash with a car in Bridgeport. The motorcycle and car collided last night at Jones Avenue and James Street. The unidentified 21-year-old male rider was ejected and thrown from the motorcycle and had regained consciousness before being taken to the hospital. No other injuries are reported from the crash. A Shelton High School gym teacher and girls track coach is under investigation by police and the State Department of Children and Families. School officials confirm that police and the DCF are conducting a joint investigation into Jason Keimer. The investigation reportedly began recently with a report to DCF on an undisclosed matter. Keimer is on administrative leave with pay as the investigation takes place. Danbury-based Fuel Cell Energy has laid off 122 employees. The cuts are impacting company workers in the U.S., Canada, and Germany. Most of the remaining 400-plus workers are based in Danbury or at the company's Torrington manufacturing facility. The restructuring plan announced by Fuel Cell Energy includes changes at the Torrington facility to align with contracted demands. The president of Central Connecticut State University received a letter containing a suspicious substance at her home. School president Zulma Toro received the letter at her Burlington home on Friday, and a hazardous materials team was sent to the house. Toro did not require any medical assistance after receiving the unidentified substance. Toro says the college is working with federal, state, and local law enforcement in investigating the incident. A Connecticut high school senior was taken into ICE custody last week in Meriden, along with his father, just days before his high school graduation ceremony. CT Insider reported that the senior, that fellow students identified only as Kevin, was at a regularly scheduled check-in in Hartford when he and his father were arrested. Kevin's classmates are planning to protest his detainment during the graduation ceremonies, and former U.S. Secretary of Education Miguel Cardona, who is a native of Meriden, posted a video of support online.
Know that no matter where you are, on Tuesday, you're going to be a graduate of our school system. I'm sorry this is happening to you, and just know that there are people that stand behind you. Good luck.
A GoFundMe created by Kevin's classmates is currently raising money for his family. And following the approval of a massive housing bill in the state legislature, some Fairfield County communities are pushing back against the measure. In order to meet the new state guidelines, Greenwich will need to build almost 3,500 new housing units, with Stamford still short by 629 and Westport by 560. Earlier today on Melissa in the Morning on WICC, Lieutenant Governor Susan Bysowitz talked about Governor Ned Lamont realizing the controversy this bill could have on both sides and is still looking it over.
It's been a very politically charged conversation because you have people who feel extremely strongly on both sides, and the governor has not signed it yet. He has a couple of weeks to do that.
One of the primary criticisms of the new bill has been the increased state power over local municipality planning and zoning boards. Fairfield Republican State Senator Tony Wong is one of many Republicans that considers the new bill to be state government overreach.
We're trying to fix an important issue and problem in our state, a housing crisis. But you're doing it by jamming it down the throat of local municipalities.
I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound over an hour. Greenwich to Bridgeport Parkway is a little easier. 95 busy but moving through New Haven. And on 91 northbound, residual delays getting into Wallingford from earlier construction. Traffic report powered by St. Anthony's Church. St. Margaret's Shrine on Park Avenue in Bridgeport is the place to be this weekend. Attend Bridgeport's original Italian festival, the Feast of St. Anthony, this weekend, 2325 Park Ave in Bridgeport. I'm Edge Krause with WICC Traffic.
For this evening and tonight, showers move in later in the evening. There may be a thunderstorm late with a low near 60. Showers and an afternoon thunderstorm tomorrow with a high in the mid-70s. On Wednesday, sunny and warm with a high near 80. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
If Shelton is talking about it, so is Paul. Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
Thank you for hanging out with us. We do appreciate it as always. We'll get back to open phones here, 203-333-9422 on Connecticut Today. Our pal from CBS News, legal analyst extraordinaire Thane Rosenbaum is with us. Thane, good afternoon, sir, and how are you today?
Buddy Paul, indeed. That's for sure.
And what do you think? Thane explained to me how a governor, maybe he can, maybe he can't, is going to sue the president of the United States. He claims over this deployment of the National Guard. Lay this out for us. Yes, no, or somewhere in the middle. How do you view this?
Paul, as most things happen with the Trump administrations, and even in between the administrations, things that happened had never happened before. This as well, my friend, has never happened before. Why? Well, normally what happens is pretty simple in this case. Normally what happens is, the National Guard, the state governors and states themselves preserve the police powers of the state to take care of local law enforcement.
Sure.
Just general rule. They're called the police powers of the state, and it's a constitutionally recognized that you're supposed to handle those things locally, right? And the National Guard is normally, for the state of California, under the deployment of the governor, and if he's not calling them out, right? If he's not deploying his own extra forces, right? The question is, can the president of the United States go, what are you doing over there? Why on earth would you allow all those police cars to be burned and rocks being thrown and spitting? What are you doing? And if you're not going to do it, I have to do it as the commander in chief. Now, there is a statute, long-standing legal practice called posse comitatus. And by the way, you know where that comes from? We also know that from cowboy westerns from the 19th century, Paul, because when the sheriff the sheriff says, I need to round up a posse, that is a general Latin principle that says, we need to keep peace here, and I deputize you. I say to you right now, if you're able-bodied, Paul, you got to work for me. Okay. And that is what the posse comitatus meant, which essentially means it's supposed to be handled locally, and the general rule is that the United States government cannot impose martial law. They can't use the military in local domestic matters. That's how posse comitatus is understood in the United States. So, because otherwise it would look like, my God, you're turning federalizing the military against the people. Right. So that's why this never happens. The National Guard, of course, has been used to integrate the South. And in situations like that, remember, those governors, George Wallace, Mississippi governor, whatever his name was, he didn't want to integrate the schools or the University of Mississippi. So in a way, and I can't believe anyone's not saying this, Newsom is no different position than they were, right?
I saw it mentioned once over the weekend, Thane. I don't know, but I did see one legal. I did see one legal expert say, "Hey, isn't this similar to that?" Yeah,
it is. I am surprised that no one has said, "Wait a minute." It's not always the case that the governor is saying, "Help me, help me! I can't handle my own world here."
Yeah,
bring in more powerful weapons, nationalize the National Guard, bring in the military. Please, Mr. Defense Secretary, bring in some tanks. That's never going to happen. That's why this just doesn't happen. And normally, now remember, was it George Wallace who said back in the 60s, segregation, never, now, whatever?
Yeah.
He was doing the same thing, right? He was standing in front of, he was pulling a Newsom, He was standing in front of the University of Mississippi, and he just didn't have his nice hair. But he said, never, never, never. And I don't remember what Richard Nixon or whomever was president at the time said, good luck to you, buddy, because the National Guard is coming, and we are going to have African Americans integrated within the University of Mississippi and Alabama. We're going to do that. So in a way, this is a battle between two principles. One is the Insurrection Act, which is where the president imposes when in the context of an insurrection. They're using that word now, but it's just not really, insurrection doesn't look like it applies here. But there are exceptions, even within posse comitatus, that says if the domestic law enforcement can't take care of business, then the president needs to step in. There are exceptions for this very purpose, to say either you're not handling it right or you don't want to handle it. But remember, this happened during Black Lives Matter. Yeah. I don't remember whether the governor of Minnesota, which I guess was the one who was just nominated for vice president, Tim, whatever his name was.
Waltz, yeah.
Waltz, right. I don't know. He may have been the governor during this time. Remember, that was where you saw police cars and police precincts. I think they abandoned the third precinct and it went up in flames, right? So there was an example where I'm sure Waltz didn't say bring in the National Guard. He didn't want that. Remember, this is not a small issue, because this issue, which led to Senator Cotton writing that infamous op-ed in the New York Times, that's the op-ed that led to the creation of the Free Press. Remember, they fired the entire staff.
They all went nuts. Yeah.
They all went nuts because how dare you allow a United States senator to introduce the idea of calling out the National Guard to quell violence? Isn't that the very purpose of the National Guard, to quell violence?
Thane Rosenbaum, as usual. Great stuff. Thane, thank you. Take care. We'll chat down the road, my friend. Thanks. Be good. Thane Rosenbaum, CBS News. How about that? Yeah. And I had thought, and I did not mention it because I'm no legal here like Thane is, but yeah, does this violate the posse comitatus act, which basically says you can't use the military for local law enforcement? But then, as Thane just said, and here's how you have to look at this, folks. Strip Donald Trump away from this. Strip Gavin Newsom and his hair and his nice white collars and his collar pin. I used to be a collar pin guy, by the way. Love me a nice collar pin there. But having, with the little hole in the collar there. But having said that, here's the question, and we want to thank Thane again for the segment of bringing this up. What if your local law enforcement is not up to the task? So, in other words, what if, another 10, 12, 15, what happens tonight if 30,000 people descend on downtown L.A. and they burn cars? Not because the Lakers won anything or the Clippers, but, they're anti-ICE. The question is, as Thane properly stated it, is this. What if local law enforcement can't handle it? Or, more to the point, what if you have a governor, maybe like Gavin Newsom or not, who says, nah, it's pretty bad here, but I'm not going to call out the Guard?
The future is here at Cadillac of Greenwich. Experience the all-new 7-seat electric Escalade IQ, the best-selling luxury electric vehicle SUV Cadillac Lyriq, and the brand-new dual-motor all-wheel drive Cadillac Optic SUV, now available at CadillacofGreenwich.com. Arrive in style with the pinnacle of modern automotive design and elevate your driving experience. Iconic moments drive legendary hospitality at Cadillac of Greenwich. Let's take the Cadillac.
There's always a reason to visit Gusto Trattoria in Milford. The brand new outdoor pavilion is open. Come dine al fresco in this beautiful and spacious outdoor area, complete with fireplace and full bar. Live music is back Fridays at 7 and Sundays at 4. Plus, book your next special occasion at Gusto and select from one of the many private room choices. Modern and classic Italian dishes, a glass of rosé, outdoor dining, and music. It's all at Gusto Trattoria, 255 Boston Post Road, Milford. The art of Italian living. GustoTrattoria.com.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-471-9773. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-471-9773. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-471-9773. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. Call 800-471-9773. That's 800-471-9773.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound over an hour. Greenwich to Bridgeport Parkway is a little easier. 95 busy, but moving through New Haven. And on 91 northbound, residual delays getting into Wallingford from earlier construction. Traffic report powered by St. Anthony's Church. St. Margaret's Shrine on Park Avenue in Bridgeport is the place to be this weekend. Attend Bridgeport's original Italian festival, the Feast of St. Anthony, this weekend, 2325 Park Ave in Bridgeport. I'm Andrew Krause with WICC Track.
Cloudy with the showers later this evening and overnight. There may be a thunderstorm late with a low near 60. Showers in an afternoon thunderstorm tomorrow with a high in the mid-70s. On Wednesday, sunny and warm with a high of 80. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Never miss a moment when you listen through your Amazon Echo.
It's Connecticut Today.
It's Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli on the Voice of Connecticut, WICC 600 and 95.9.
So you may think everybody here in deep blue Connecticut doesn't like this Trump immigration stuff. You're wrong, and the numbers show it. And even some Democrats like this. This is what I've been telling you for a year and a half. He's going to win on the issue, which he did, and right now this is basically driving his 50-50 approval here. Do you approve of the Trump program to deport immigrants illegally in the U.S.? 54-46, yes. 54. It's not Trump's floor of support, which is generally what? 46, 47%. It's 54%. And if you look at the breakdown, I'm scrolling down here to find the breakdown. Well, there it is. 54-46. And if you look at it by party, what is the approval of the White House program to deport illegals in the U.S.? 93% of Republicans like it. 18% of Democrats. Think about that. So even if you're a devotee of deep blue Connecticut and you consider yourself, a Democrat in good standing, well, guess what? 2 out of every 10 of your fellow Democrats like the deportation. Now, 80% don't. 82-18 disapproval of the deportation among Democrats here in the U.S. Republicans approve it, 93-7. And basically, it's a 50-50 split with independents. 51% disapprove, 49% approve. So there you go. Which is why any further election cycles, 2026, 2028, largely going to be decided by independents. Trump's deportation program is making the U.S. economy weaker. Only 39% say that. 32% say it's stronger. 29% say it's no change. Now, this is interesting. And this is where the Trump plan can backfire here. I just want to give you one more figure here. But think about this. They asked 2 questions here, which is interesting. What do you think of the goal of the Trump deportation program? In other words, the goal is to deport, I guess, criminal illegals, people overstay visas, whatever. The goals have an approval of 55-45. So what Trump or the president says he wants to do has a 10% plurality here, 55 to 45. But how he's doing it is disliked 56 to 44. So how about that? Think about that. And maybe that's the saving grace here for a lot of disaffected Republicans and, Democrats as well. So you can say, hey, we have to be tight around the borders. And even though 55 to 45% of people like the overall goal, the means, in other words, they say the means to the end, not good, 56 to 44. He's at 50-50 on tariffs. The goal, the approach, 63 to 37. So there you go. So again, there's a reason, there's a method to the madness here. Is that the phrase? Yeah. So the next time you ask yourself, or you're talking among friends, and say, geez, he leans so much into the immigration thing. Well, it works. Now, we can split off into another whole great diatribe about that. Is America xenophobic or whatever? Is it a hatred? Is it a prejudice? I don't think so. I think it's just nothing was done for so long. And one more thing on this. If you're active on social media like I am, there are these videos going around social media. And these make me laugh. And I know a lot of you are probably saying, Paul, what do you talk about this stuff? I talk about this stuff because it indicates the general temperature of the country. And there are a lot of videos going around of construction sites. And I guess a couple of construction sites in Texas, not talking about commercial buildings with girders and beams and everything. There's video of these construction sites of, homes, lots, maybe, a new home development, 5 or 6 homes being built. You see them all the time. And there are videos out there of migrants actually running from these homes. There's video out there, and I watched it 2 or 3 times, and it's sad but funny, too, at the same time. Like ICE is showing out up there, and these guys are dropping like thousands of dollars worth of power tools, and they're running. And somebody had put a caption there that said something along the lines of, well, there you go. This is what you get. Homes that won't be built because of Trump. And I said, well, okay. And luckily, some of the people commenting on this photo or video thought the same thing I did. So wait a minute now. You're sad that these homes ostensibly won't be completed or won't be built because of the Trump this and Trump that or whatever. Okay. Well, let me ask you something. And this is an honest question for people out there, too. Do you think those developers were paying those migrants as much as they would pay a U.S. citizen with a bona fide license and a social security card and a citizenship certificate? Do you think so? Do you honestly... How much do you people talk yourself into denial when you won't wrap your arms around the concept that a lot of this illegal labor is off the books? And it depresses wages. That's another thing. So I'm sitting here over the weekend as all this immigration stuff is saying, well, Trump in L.A., how are you going to build those houses? Yeah, you think those illegals... Now, nobody really knows unless you conduct a raid on the site. Well, what are they running for? And it was literally, it was sad and funny at the same time. It looked like a Monty Python skit. The immigration people pulled up, and there's about 100 guys running. Well, they won't finish the houses now. Well, I have an idea. You could finish those houses if you hire American citizens and pay them a proper wage.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound over an hour. Greenwich to Bridgeport Parkway is a little easier. 95 busy but moving through New Haven. And on 91 northbound, residual delays getting into Wallingford from earlier construction. Traffic report powered by St. Anthony's Church. St. Margaret's Shrine on Park Avenue in Bridgeport is the place to be this weekend. Attend Bridgeport's original Italian festival, the Feast of St. Anthony, this weekend, 2325 Park Ave in Bridgeport. I'm Andrew Krause with WICC Traffic.
For this evening and tonight, showers move in later in the evening. There may be a thunderstorm late with a low near 60. Showers and an afternoon thunderstorm tomorrow with a high in the mid-70s. On Wednesday, sunny and warm with a high near 80. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Connecticut paid leave, making time for life's most important moments.
To recover from illness or injury.
To give your employees peace of mind.
To welcome home an active duty service member.
To help a loved one get better.
To get help for your mental health.
To welcome a new addition to your family.
To leave an unsafe home.
Learn more about accessing the benefits of Connecticut paid leave. Visit ctpaidleave.org.
Progressive presents Employee of the Month. Small Business Edition. Today's recipient from Michaela's Mobile Spa, Michaela! Michaela got a quick business insurance quote from Progressive and chose from over 30 customizable coverages. Sure, it helps she's her only employee and does literally everything. But while others would rest on their laurels, Michaela was hard at work saving big. So take that, hypothetical other employee who doesn't exist. Be your own Michaela. See if you could save in as little as 7 minutes at ProgressiveCommercial.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. Coverage is not available in all states or for all vehicles and coverage selections.
Back to the news and talk, thanks to Smart MLS. Smart sellers ask, is my home on Smart MLS? The voice of Connecticut. WICC's 695.9. It's Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli.
All right, glad to have you with us. By the way, 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. By the way, that's talk or text. And I love having that text capability. I've got a couple of texts I'll get to here in a little bit, but a lot of you folks take advantage of that. Again, it's the same number, 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. Talk or text. Why text? Well, if you don't want to be on the radio because, somebody might recognize your voice and you want to say stuff that might affect somebody who might recognize your voice, so just text me at the same number, voice to text, and send it along. Only I will read it, trust me, 203-333-9422, 333-WICC News Time.
WICC Bridgeport, WFOX Southport, WEBE HD2 Westport, WPLR HD2 New Haven, locally owned by Connoisseur Media.
This is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by Progressive Insurance.
I'm Matt Piper. California is suing the Trump administration for deploying National Guard troops to the streets of L.A. The governor and state attorney general call the move illegal.
California Attorney General Rob Bonta says the president and defense secretary not only overreacted.
Trump and Hegseth jumped from 0 to 60.
He says the law they invoked doesn't apply to the situation and only made things worse.
Let's be very clear. There was no risk of rebellion, no threat of foreign invasion, no inability for the federal government to enforce federal laws.
Peter King, CBS News.
And we have just learned 700 Marines have been activated to deploy to Los Angeles. President Trump is defending his use of troops.
Thank goodness we sent out some wonderful National Guard. They've really helped, and a lot of problems they were having out there. They were afraid to do anything, and we sent out the troops, and they've done a fantastic job.
In several cities today, there are more ICE protest rallies. That one was in Washington, D.C. Immigration advocates are sounding the alarm over President Trump's latest travel ban. It blocks citizens from 12 countries from entering the U.S. beginning today and adds restrictions for citizens from 7 other countries. Linda Sarsour is with the Muslim-led Empower Change.
This is not just a political proclamation. This is impacting and will impact families across this country who will be separated from their loved ones.
Scientists put their pens to paper, signing a letter to say they are against cuts made to the National Institutes of Health. CBS's Alexander Tin.
Hundreds of NIH scientists, officials, and other workers have signed what they're calling the Bethesda Declaration, calling on the Medical Research Agency's head, Dr. Jay Bhattacharya, to reverse steep terminations made by the Trump administration to medical research funding and essential staff at the NIH.
Best known for The Day of the Jackal, British thriller writer Frederick Forsyth has died.
He was a pilot with Britain's Royal Air Force, a journalist, and briefly a spy. But Frederick Forsyth is best known as a writer of thrillers. His first book, The Day of the Jackal, became an instant bestseller and is still his best known. But there were 24 more, most including political intrigue, war or insurrection, and mysterious murders. Forsyth died at his home after a brief illness. He was 86. Elaine Cobb, CBS News.
This just in, Sly Stone has died.
Both kids.
The legendary funk musician led Sly and the Family Stone. He was 82. This is CBS News.
Progressive Insurance. Progressive can protect your home, auto, boat, motorcycle, ATV, RV, and more. In short, a lot of things. Bundle today at Progressive.com.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
WICC 695.9, Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
A Trumbull nursing home that was evacuated twice within the last 3 months has 245 sinks in the facility, only 5 of which were operational at the time of the first evacuation. St. Joseph's Center in Trumbull was first evacuated in March after the Connecticut Department of Public Health received a confidential complaint about the water at the facility. After an inspection, DPH concluded that only 5 sinks were in operation out of the facility's 245. The reason was given as a lack of filters for Legionella, the bacteria that causes Legionnaire's disease. The report also states there were no functioning showers in the facility. The nursing home was again evacuated last month after fire safety concerns were raised. On May 29th, a spokesperson for Genesis Healthcare, the parent organization of St. Joseph's, said Genesis is looking to close the facility permanently. The nursing home currently has more than 200 residents in its care. Governor Ned Lamont has joined with multiple other Democratic governors nationwide in condemning President Trump's use of the National Guard to control multiple protests in Los Angeles, California. The protesters were rallying against the administration's immigration policies and enforcement. The statement released by the governors said, in part, quote, President Trump's move to deploy California's National Guard is an alarming abuse of power. Governors are the commanders-in-chief of their National Guard, and the federal government activating them in their own borders without consulting or working with the state's governor is ineffective and dangerous. However, state Republicans have largely supported the president's decision, with Brookfield Republican Senate Minority Leader Steve Harding releasing his own statement saying, quote, we pray that the National Guard helps to restore law and order ASAP. And following the approval of a massive housing bill in the state legislature, some Fairfield County communities are pushing back against the measure. In order to meet the new state guidelines, Greenwich will need to build almost 3,500 new housing units, with Stamford still short by 629 and Westport by 560. Earlier today on Melissa in the Morning on WICC, Lieutenant Governor Susan Bisowitz talked about Governor Ned Lamont realizing the controversy this bill could have on both sides and is still looking it over.
It's been a very politically charged conversation because you have people who feel extremely strongly on both sides, and the governor has not signed it yet. He has a couple of weeks to do that.
One of the primary criticisms of the new bill has been the increased state power over local municipality planning and zoning boards. Fairfield Republican State Senator Tony Wong is one of many Republicans that considers the new bill to be state government overreach.
We're trying to fix an important issue and problem in our state, a housing crisis. But you're doing it by jamming it down the throat of local municipalities.
I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound up to 90 minutes from Greenwich to Bridgeport. The Parkway is only slightly better in New Haven. 95 busy boat movement through Long Wharf and West Haven. 91 northbound tractor-trailer accident reported near exit 11. Traffic report is powered by Ganem Personal Injury Lawyers. Injured in an accident, Ganem Injury Lawyers fight for your maximum compensation. Turn your setback into a comeback. Visit GanemInjuryLawyers.com. I'm Mitch Krause with WICC Traffic.
Cloudy with the showers later this evening and overnight. There may be a thunderstorm late with a low near 60. Showers in an afternoon thunderstorm tomorrow with a high in the mid-70s. On Wednesday, sunny and warm with a high of 80. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
You're listening to Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
All right, 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. Sources telling CNN about 500 Marines are now being mobilized in response to the L.A. protests. And our question of the day, it didn't have Marines in there, but I guess we have to add it now. Our question of the day right here, Facebook.com/Voice of CT. Do you agree with President Trump's deployment of the National Guard and now maybe some Marines to Los Angeles to quell violent anti-ICE protests? And you hear about all these legal challenges. Well, what is he? And again, I'm kind of just, throwing this out there. What is the guy supposed to do if he doesn't have faith in the local leadership, whether it's the governor or whether it's the local police department? I mean, then what happens if the cops, and I don't know how many thousand cops L.A. has, but shouldn't you do this sooner than later? I don't know. You tell me. I have no problem with it. I'm not a military strategist here. But if you see one of the great cities of America having problem keeping order, as the commander-in-chief and the guy that's sworn to uphold, the values of the Constitution, I know you can poke me on that and laugh about that. I get it. But if he stands there and does nothing, then what do you do? It's not easy. Bill in Fairfield's with us to kick us off. Bill, how are you?
Good, Paul. You're exactly right. What are we supposed to do?
Yeah.
There's supposedly round numbers, 15 million people who've come over the border in the last 4 years.
Mm-hmm.
I think that nobody on the Democratic side expected Trump to win again.
You're right. Yep. Mm-hmm.
And I think that most of these states have squandered a lot of their money. And now they're faced with this overwhelming, support for illegal aliens and not the police to make these cities calm or keep them law-abiding. And I just don't understand where the hate for President Trump actually outweighs anything to do with the protection of American cities that are right now being burned. And the mayors and the governors on the West Coast are just kind of ignoring the whole situation. So what, like your question asked, what are we supposed to do? You got to send in somebody to quell the violence. You got to send in somebody so the innocent people's stores don't get burned.
Yeah.
So what are we supposed to do as, more, I don't know how many Americans exactly voted for Trump compared to the opposition. But what President Trump is now the president. When are the Democrats, especially Connecticut Democrats, going to realize that he's our president and somehow come to terms? You got to talk to if their president, our president, is their enemy, then you have to talk to him. How can our president be the enemy?
Well,
I don't understand that.
And Bill, and thank you for the call, Bill. And Bill, thank you. And you know damn well, I'm not just saying this to Bill, but to folks out there, if for some reason the points were shifted here, if Barack Obama was doing this, or if Bill Clinton was doing this, nobody in the big cities would have a problem. Maybe I shouldn't say nobody, but come on, please. What's he supposed to do? And then if he doesn't act quick enough, then he'll get, here's what the left would be saying. Trump waited too long because he hates blue cities. Again, I don't care if you move Patton's Third Army into L.A. You know what? If they're just turn around and wave goodbye. And all these leftists out there, the Antifa types and all the people burning cars and waving Mexican flags. Well, I have an idea. If you'd just stop doing that, guess what? The National Guard would have nothing to do.
For the latest news in Southern Connecticut, WICC is where you turn first on 600 AM and now 95.9 on FM. Hear your favorite live and local shows during the week. Melissa in the Morning, The Lisa Wexler Show, Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on both 600 and 95.9. Plus more live and local news updates on weekends to keep you informed. You found the voice of Connecticut. WICC 600 and 95.9.
Columbia Dental invites you to come to their Norwalk office for your entire family's dental health. It is their mission to provide you with comprehensive dental care you and your family deserve. Visit Columbia Dental in Norwalk, located at 91 East Avenue, open 5 days a week, or visit their Manchester location at 483 Middle Turnpike West, open 7 days a week. Columbia Dental, here for you and your family for regular checkups or emergency visits. ColumbiaDental.com.
When you've been hurt in an accident, you need someone by your side to help you through the injury and legal process. It's comforting to know that Ganem Injury Lawyers are there when it matters most. With decades of experience helping injured accident victims, Ganem Injury Lawyers will take on the insurance companies to get you the settlement you deserve. Trust attorney George Ganem to fight for you. GanemInjuryLawyers.com or call 203-713-8383 for a free consultation. By your side when it matters.
You're listening to WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut, broadcasting from Cadillac of Greenwich Studios, CadillacofGreenwich.com.
Hi, I'm Jonathan Carbuty with Carbuty Real Estate. If you're a solo individual real estate agent who's been struggling and working for yourself, by yourself in this industry, and you've ever thought about joining a high-producing real estate team to help you increase your business and explode to the next level, go to CarBeautyRealEstate.com and click the Join Our Team page. That's CarBeautyRealEstate.com. Click the Join Our Team page.
Sell your home smoothly when you call Car Beauty. Go to CarBeautyRealEstate.com.
I'm still going for it, even with higher stroke risk from atrial fibrillation and a regular heartbeat not caused by a heart valve problem. Over a 3-year study, Eliquis apixaban tablets reduce stroke risk better than warfarin, and over 97% of Eliquis patients did not experience a stroke. A first stroke occurred in 2.9% of warfarin patients versus 2.3% of Eliquis patients.
Don't stop taking prescription Eliquis without asking your doctor. It may increase your stroke risk. Eliquis can cause serious and, in rare cases, fatal bleeding. Don't take Eliquis if you have an artificial heart valve, abnormal bleeding, or antiphospholipid syndrome. While taking, you may bruise more easily or take longer for bleeding to stop. A spinal injection while on Eliquis increases risk of blood clots, which may cause paralysis, the inability to move. Get medical help right away for unexpected bleeding, unusual bruising, or tingling, numbness, or muscle weakness. Medications such as aspirin products, NSAIDs, SSRIs, SNRIs, and blood thinners may increase bleeding risk. Tell your doctor about all planned medical or dental procedures. Learn more at Eliquis.com or call 1-855-ELIQUIS.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound up to 90 minutes from Greenwich to Bridgeport. The Parkway is only slightly better in New Haven. 95 busy but moving through Long Wharf and West Haven. 91 northbound tractor-trailer accident reported near exit 11. Traffic report is powered by Ganem Personal Injury Lawyers. Injured in an accident, Ganem Injury Lawyers fight for your maximum compensation. Turn your setback into a comeback. Visit GanemInjuryLawyers.com. I'm Andrew Krause with WICC Traffic.
For this evening and tonight, showers move in later in the evening. There may be a thunderstorm late with a low near 60. Showers in an afternoon thunderstorm tomorrow with a high in the mid-70s. On Wednesday, sunny and warm with a high near 80. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Where Southern Connecticut comes for the real story. Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
Where we can ensure domestic tranquility and you won't need the National Guard here, trust me. Back to open phones about that and more in our question of the day at 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. Later on, first of all, let's get a wrap-up from this person's point of view on the General Assembly session. Always great to have Carol Platt-Lebo here of the Yankee Institute for Public Policy. She, the head of the Yankee Institute. Hey, Carol, it's Paul. Good afternoon. How are you?
Well, Paul, fine. Great to be with you and your listeners.
Well, Carol, you've had a few days now, as we all have, to digest what happened, what didn't happen, what almost happened, what could happen next time around. What's Yankees and your observations here about the just concluded legislative session?
Well, Paul, I guess the overriding sense is some things weren't great, but it certainly could have been a lot worse. And your listeners' voices, when they spoke up, had an impact.
Yeah, you know, Carol, whether it's the housing bill, whether it's some of these other bills, whether it's taxes or whatever, I tell my listeners here, and I'm sure you folks up at Yankee probably talk about this amongst yourselves. Listen, we all know the partisan divide in this state. We get it, but that does not mean, Carol, in my opinion, in a practical way, that it quells the tendency of some of the people in Hartford to actually, listen when people speak up.
Right, Paul. You know, Ronald Reagan once said, I don't believe in a fate that falls on us no matter what we do. I do believe in a fate that falls on us if we do nothing. And we need to speak up. We need to make our voices heard. When we do that, common sense actually can prevail. And let me tell you a couple of reasons why.
Sure.
Governor Lamont is poised to veto a bill paying striking workers unemployment benefits.
Mm-hmm.
There is a bill that would have had overreaching social media regulations. That's been defeated. New taxes were defeated. A number of burdensome labor regulations were blocked, including one that would have mandated municipal pension systems, which would have imposed a bunch of unfunded mandates on taxpayers. Another bill that would have limiting productivity quotas at warehouse distribution centers.
Yep.
And a proposal requiring companies to set heat standards. That died, and that spared small businesses from costly administrative burdens. You know, again, the more that we speak up for common sense, the more common sense is going to prevail.
And Carol,
now,
just think of how much more could have been accomplished with that common sense if our lawmakers, love them, I know a lot of them on both sides of the aisle, didn't have to deal with some of this onerous garbage that you just mentioned.
Right. And, you know, the Green Amendment was defeated, and that would have put a constitutional right to a safe and stable climate in our Constitution. Now, that sounds great in theory, but what it really means is that anytime someone didn't feel like he or she was getting a safe and stable climate, that person could go ahead and sue a business, sue a neighbor, sue whomever, and that would make our state even more unaffordable, increase the cost of living, block economic development. It's basically a lawyer make-work bill, and that was blocked. the green monster was watered way, way down. It was basically tamed. And so, there's a lot to be grateful for. Things could have been much, much worse. Now, there's a lot that we need to be mindful of. They went ahead and they weakened the fiscal guardrails. That's not great. They diluted the volatility cap and they bypassed the spending cap through using, a fiscal emergency declaration for the first time in 18 years. That's bad news. And Paul, we know they're going to be coming back for more. We know what they really want to do is destroy the guardrails for all time, because what a lot of the left in the state wants to do is just get rid of any kind of cap or any kind of constraint on spending at all. And so we're going to have to be watching for that, because they just want to tax and spend until anyone who can afford to pay taxes has left the state. That's no way to run a lemonade stand, much less a state.
Yeah. It
could have been worse.
Yeah. And I got to tell you, as partisan as I am on this show, sometimes, Carol, I give credit where credit is due. And I have said, thankfully, Governor Ned Lamont is not a far left psycho progressive nut like some of the people in his party, and he has stood fast on some of those things, on taxes, on this tax and that tax, and paying workers who go on strike. So it's no shock to me, Carol, and probably not to you, that now you have calls from his own party for him to step inside. You can't script this. It's mind-boggling.
Yes, and the point is that there's some things that are going to be a problem. The governor has indicated he intends to sign this housing bill 5002. Let us hope he reconsiders. This is a bill that will do a lot to undermine local control of our cities and towns. And we all know that one of Connecticut's greatest competitive advantages, one of the reasons people come to live in Connecticut, is because of our beautiful small towns and our strong tradition of local control. And we all know, Paul, that the best government is the government the closest to the people that it represents. And we have a housing bill that is seeking to strip that local control and put it with people who are far away in Hartford, who don't understand the needs and the concerns of the people in this town, and all over a so-called housing crisis. And the problem with this is that they are trying to jam down a housing agenda that really doesn't make sense for a lot of the people in the state. And, trying to create this work, live, ride. And, it's where you can build a lot of housing without having parking.
Yeah.
And it doesn't make sense, because people are going to want to do more than get on mass transit and go to work or go to the grocery store.
It's like that's the primary thing. Hey, Carol, we're short on time. How can people get more info on Yankee?
Well, the best way to get more information on Yankee Institute and figure out how together we can push back and make a difference in our state, yankeeinstitute.org, at Yankee Institute on X, and on Instagram.
Carol, thank you. Carol Platt-Lebo, always good to hear from you. Carol, be good, drive safely, and we'll chat. Thank you.
Will do. Thanks, Paul.
Thank you, Carol. Appreciate it. Let's get a couple of calls in here before Chris's all-encompassing news coming up at the bottom of the hour. Stephanie in Stamford. Hi, Stephanie. How are you? What's up?
I'm doing good, thanks. How are you?
I'm living the dream, Stephanie. It's too and it's too late for law school. So what am I going to do? So what's up?
Well, you know what? You really are living the dream, though.
I am.
It's funny. We say that with, satire, but we are.
Yeah.
I'm calling about L.A. And the National Guard.
Sure.
And I'm calling about it because I understand what the caller before Carol, I understand what you guys were saying about, what do you expect us to do? What can President Trump do?
Yeah.
I understand that, and I used to be a strong conservative, and I used to support Trump.
Okay.
I don't anymore.
Okay.
But my problem with it, and I think America's problem with it, is this divide that we have going on in our country, those things don't just happen. Those are designed on purpose. And whatever the rhetoric is that they're creating to make the right to believe that this absolutely has to happen and that this is the only way to handle this, I don't know what that is anymore because I unplugged from it. And once I unplugged from it, I understood better what the left was saying. There was a time in this country not long ago, maybe, let's just say that in the span of time it would take to raise a child to 13 years old.
I would say that, 10 or 15 years. Yeah.
There was a time when immigrants could come here seeking asylum and then begin the process of trying to get their papers in order. Mm-hmm. And they weren't able to do that. It wasn't a process that was well orchestrated by the government. You can blame the Democrats for that. But regardless, these people did come here during a time when it was sort of okay to do that, to get the hell out of their hells.
Yeah.
And they started families. And they did what we all do. They wanted to raise children and have jobs. And they did those jobs. So now, today in LA, there was a kindergarten graduation ceremony at a school, and I took the opportunity, of course, because they knew all the parents would be there, to fly drones and helicopters over the kindergarten graduation. Parents were running, fleeing the scene. Children were holding onto their teachers' legs, crying because they probably won't see their parents again. Is that America? I mean, I understand the process. I know this needs to be uprooted. I don't want trained to Aragua here either.
No, I get you.
I don't care who's to blame.
And
I don't
Stephanie,
care who's to blame for them being here. But this is shameful.
Again, and Stephanie, I do have to run because of the clock. But thank you. I really appreciate the call. And that's the problem. Is that, and I've said this from the beginning. And Stephanie, once again, thank you. If you've heard me talk about this, as Stephanie said, you gotta go for the bad guys and the bad gals. You do. Get the real dirt bags out of here. And in fact, I have a story about some of the people they did arrest in L.A. I mean, these are like Trump always says, bad hombres. But again, yes, you gotta be careful about family units. And it's just not good to scare kids. It's not.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound up to 90 minutes from Greenwich to Bridgeport. The Parkway is only slightly better in New Haven. 95 busy but moving through Long Wharf and West Haven. 91 northbound tractor-trailer accident reported near exit 11. Traffic report is powered by Ganem Personal Injury Lawyers. Injured in an accident, Ganem Injury Lawyers fight for your maximum compensation. Turn your setback into a comeback. Visit GanemInjuryLawyers.com. I'm Andrew Krause at WICC Traffic.
Cloudy with the showers later this evening and overnight. There may be a thunderstorm late with a low near 60. Showers in an afternoon thunderstorm tomorrow with a high in the mid-70s. On Wednesday, sunny and warm with a high of 80. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
The following message is brought to you by the Fairfield Law Offices of Estate, Trust, and Probate Attorneys Eliasson and Tenor. Online at ConnecticutElderLaw.com. Here is attorney Christine Tenor.
If you are suddenly hurt or seriously ill and can't speak for yourself, what could happen to you and your family and all you care about? Will life-changing decisions be made by strangers? We all face legal, financial, and physical challenges every day at all stages of life. Don't leave important matters to chance, and don't wait until you are elderly. No one can predict what the future holds for us, so even young adults and young couples, everyone, should be prepared for the unexpected. Give your family and yourself the most important gift you can give, the gift of peace of mind.
Visit ConnecticutElderLaw.com. Eliasson and Tenor, 203-336-2566. Protecting your family's future. Eliasson and Tenor. For peace of mind, 203-336-2566.
No part of your home is more important than the roof over your head. Hi, I'm Eddie Griffin, the owner of Brown Roofing, your local expert for roof replacement and roof repair. Water resistant, weather resistant, wind resistant, our products offer superior protection that come with a 50-year lifetime transferable warranty. Call us today at 475-445-1195 or visit us at brownroofing600.com. Brown won't let you down.
Who sells Continental tires for less than Town Fair Tire? Nobody. Who has a better selection of Continental tires than Town Fair Tire? Nobody. And who gives you more free services for the life of those Continental tires? Nobody. Town Fair Tire has over 100 locations and over 600,000 tires in stock, all at the guaranteed lowest price. And that's why we say nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody.
Name brands at discount prices. Town Fair Tire.
This is WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
CBS News Brief. The California Attorney General says President Trump unlawfully federalized the National Guard to the streets of L.A. this weekend. Rob Bonta says the state is now suing the president over his deployment of troops.
We'll never know what might have been had the president left our state and local authorities to continue the important work they were already doing and were more than capable of doing.
There are more ICE raid protests happening today.
Do you say enough?
That one in Washington, D.C., outside the Department of Justice with Congresswoman Pramila Jayapal. A ship of activists trying to deliver aid to Gaza was seized off the coast by Israeli forces. But correspondent Elizabeth Palmer says those on board, including Greta Thunberg, knew what could happen.
The activists knew this confrontation was coming. They were deliberately trying to run a naval blockade that Israel has in place.
CBS News Brief. I'm Matt Piper.
WICC 695.9, Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
A Connecticut high school senior was taken into ICE custody last week in Meriden, along with his father, just days before his high school graduation ceremony. CT Insider reported that the senior, that fellow students identified only as Kevin, was at a regularly scheduled check-in in Hartford when he and his father were arrested. Kevin's classmates are planning to protest his detainment during the graduation ceremonies, and former U.S. Secretary of Education Miguel Cardona, who is a native of Meriden, posted a video of support online.
Know that no matter where you are, on Tuesday, you're going to be a graduate of our school system. I'm sorry this is happening to you, and just know that there are people that stand behind you. Good luck.
A GoFundMe created by Kevin's classmates is currently raising money for his family. Darien High School students may need to put their cell phones in bags during the day starting this fall. The district is considering the recommendation for 9th through 11th grades following great success banning phones in the elementary and middle schools. Seniors would be exempt from the change. The Board of Education is set to vote on whether to implement the change during tomorrow's meeting. The Fairfield School District will be making a similar determination about how to address cell phone use district-wide, but Fairfield Superintendent Michael Testani also noted that efforts to curb phone use must be followed up at home as well.
We have to be careful if we think that this is going to solve the problem. We're going to buy Yonder pouches or another brand name pouch and then think that we did our part, it's over, everything's going to be fixed. There is no perfect solution, but I think we need to do our best to minimize the risk. And the risk, those other 18 hours, is much more vital than the time in school.
A Bridgeport man is sentenced to life in prison for the killing of a college student in South Carolina. Abdullah Saifullah was previously convicted of murder and a weapons offense related to the death of 20-year-old David Roldan Dimas in June of 2023. The Coastal Carolina University student was leaving a gym in Carolina Forest when police say he was killed by Saifullah during an apparent carjacking attempt. Saifullah will not be eligible for parole under the sentence handed down last week. A motorcycle rider has injuries after a crash with a car in Bridgeport. The motorcycle and car collided last night at Jones Avenue and James Street. The unidentified 21-year-old male rider was ejected and thrown from the motorcycle and had regained consciousness before being taken to the hospital. No other injuries are reported from the crash. A Shelton High School gym teacher and girls track coach is under investigation by police and the State Department of Children and Families. School officials confirm that police and the DCF are conducting a joint investigation into Jason Keimer. The investigation reportedly began recently with a report to DCF on an undisclosed matter. Keimer is on administrative leave with pay as the investigation takes place. The president of Central Connecticut State University received a letter containing a suspicious substance at her home. School president Zulma Toro received the letter at her Burlington home on Friday, and a hazardous materials team was sent to the house. Toro did not require any medical assistance after receiving the unidentified substance. Toro says the college is working with federal, state, and local law enforcement in investigating the incident. Danbury-based Fuel Cell Energy has laid off 122 employees. The cuts are impacting company workers in the U.S., Canada, and Germany. Most of the remaining 400-plus workers are based in Danbury or at the company's Torrington manufacturing facility. The restructuring plan announced by Fuel Cell Energy includes changes at the Torrington facility to align with contracted demands. Following the approval of a massive housing bill in the state legislature, some Fairfield County communities are pushing back against the measure. In order to meet the new state guidelines, Greenwich will need to build almost 3,500 new housing units, with Stamford still short by 629 and Westport by 560. Earlier today on Melissa in the Morning on WICC, Lieutenant Governor Susan Bysowitz talked about some of Governor Ned Lamont's concerns with the bill.
He'd also like to see the more carrots rather than sticks, and I think his concern is there may be some things that are viewed as mandates for municipalities.
One of the primary criticisms of the new bill has been the increased state power over local municipality planning and zoning boards. Fairfield Republican State Senator Tony Wong is one of many Republicans that considers the new bill to be state government overreach.
We're trying to fix an important issue and problem in our state, a housing crisis. But you're doing it by jamming it down the throat of local municipalities.
And a series of World War II planes were displayed in Stratford as part of Warbird Weekend hosted by the Connecticut Air and Space Center. Included in the group was the largest single-engine bomber flown during the war. However, the exhibit wasn't just for display. Len Roberto from the Connecticut Air and Space Center told WTNH-TV News 8 that rides were available.
You can purchase a ride in this. It's an excellent experience. These were used to train pilots during World War II, and many of them still fly today. So you can fly in one of these.
I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Wilbur Cross Route 15 southbound accident approaching the Milford Connector has things backing up towards Orange. In Lower Fairfield County, 95 north, well over an hour from Greenwich to Bridgeport Parkway. Northbound accident reported near exit 42. New Haven, 95 south, crawling through Long Wharf, and 84 eastbound, a heavy volume delays through Danbury and Newtown. I'm Matt Krause with WICC Traffic.
For this evening and tonight, showers move in later in the evening. There may be a thunderstorm late with a low near 60. Showers in an afternoon thunderstorm tomorrow with a high in the mid-70s. On Wednesday, sunny and warm with a high near 80. I'm meteorologist Paul Fiorek on WICC.
He's here to make the merit traffic just fly by. It's Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
So apparently a member of the Connecticut General Assembly is mad at me, or mad with me, mad at me. And he voiced that anger earlier today on the award-winning Melissa in the Morning program right here on WICC. And listen, don't shoot the messenger here. Representative so-and-so, we'll talk about that coming up. And we'll have the audio here when he heard my promo for the program running here, and he jumped all over Melissa here. Bob and Trumbull first, though, up. Hello, Bob. What's up with you?
Oh, I don't know, Reverend. Your sermon all day has been about the National Guard in California.
Yes.
But the president's required, when he gets signed in,
Yeah.
he's supposed to protect us from all invaders, foreign and domestic.
Well, that is part of the legal argument they are making, Bob. Yes, you are right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, if California won't do it, then
Well, as the guy I had on,
required.
as Thane Rosenbaum said from CBS News in the 3 o'clock hour, Bob, you may have heard it. What is a White House to do if they think, just as you said, the mayor, the governor, the people who rule this area are not doing their best to protect American citizens? What are they supposed to do?
They're supposed to protect us.
Yep.
It's just like, and then on Chris's news,
Yeah.
and this is,
What?
people won't like this one.
No, Bob. We can't
Now,
do.
wait.
We can't do no light. We can't just skip it. I'm going to tell you to skip it. What else is on your list? Just go
Save the bears, deport the illegals,
Okay.
and fly a Velo airline.
All right, thank you, Bob. Yes, we just that's the thing. When a listener says or a caller, they may not like this. No.
Hi, this is Leo Carl from Carl Chevrolet in New Canaan. Last year, more consumers switched to Chevrolet than any other automotive brand. Why? With more standard passive and active safety features than any other brand, plus easy-to-use technology like wireless Apple CarPlay, Chevy simply builds in more value. And who doesn't love getting more for their money? With fresh inventory arriving daily, see for yourself at Carl Chevrolet, 261 Elm Street in New Canaan, or online at carlchevy.com.
Whoever said all good things must come to an end did not have a Rinnai tankless water heater. Hi, this is Seamus from Tri-City Home Solutions. Rinnai tankless water heaters offer unlimited hot water for the most demanding residential and commercial applications. You can save up to $1,000 on the installation of a new water heater now until June 30th with Tri-City and Rinnai. Visit us at tricityhomesolutions.com. Never run out of hot water again.
Call 203-877-HEAT, Tri-City.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-471-9773. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-471-9773. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-471-9773. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. Call 800-471-9773. That's 800-471-9773.
It's time for the Market Scoreboard Report with Ron and Sana. Now on WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
Stock prices rebounded today after yesterday's Trump-Musk-induced sell-off. In fact, the market's looking past the rift between those two gentlemen today and focusing on better-than-expected job numbers as the economy created 139,000 jobs last month ahead of expectations, decelerating from prior months, but still better than what Wall Street was looking for, while the unemployment rate held steady at 4.2%. U.S. and Chinese officials will be meeting on Monday to talk trade. That may have helped as well, as the Dow rallied 443 points, just over 1% to 42,762. S&P up 61, climbing back to 6,000, and the Nasdaq up 231 points at 19,529 as Tesla bounced back a bit from yesterday's big decline. Interest rates jumped on the better-than-expected economic news. 10-year note yield rising to 4.51%. Dollar broadly stronger against key foreign currencies. Oil picked up $1.28 to $64.65 a barrel, while higher rates and a stronger dollar pushed gold down more than $44 to $33.30 the ounce. Next week, inflation data coming out.
I'm still going for it, even with higher stroke risk from atrial fibrillation and a regular heartbeat not caused by a heart valve problem. Over a 3-year study, Eliquis apixaban tablets reduced stroke risk better than warfarin, and over 97% of Eliquis patients did not experience a stroke. A first stroke occurred in 2.9% of warfarin patients versus 2.3% of Eliquis patients.
Don't stop taking prescription Eliquis without asking your doctor. It may increase your stroke risk. Eliquis can cause serious and in rare cases fatal bleeding. Don't take Eliquis if you have an artificial heart valve, abnormal bleeding, or antiphospholipid syndrome. While taking, you may bruise more easily or take longer for bleeding to stop. A spinal injection while on Eliquis increases risk of blood clots, which may cause paralysis, the inability to move. Get medical help right away for unexpected bleeding, unusual bruising, or tingling, numbness, or muscle weakness. Medications such as aspirin products, NSAIDs, SSRIs, SNRIs, and blood thinners may increase bleeding risk. Tell your doctor about all planned medical or dental procedures. Learn more at Eliquis.com or call 1-855-ELIQUIS.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Wilbur Cross Route 15 southbound accident approaching the Milford Connector has things backing up towards Orange. In Lower Fairfield County, 95 north, well over an hour from Greenwich to Bridgeport Parkway. Northbound accident reported near exit 42. New Haven, 95 south, crawling through Long Wharf, and 84 eastbound, a heavy volume delays through Danbury and Newtown. And that's Krause at WICC traffic.
Cloudy with the showers later this evening and overnight. There may be a thunderstorm late with a low near 60. Showers in an afternoon thunderstorm tomorrow with a high in the mid-70s. On Wednesday, sunny and warm with a high of 80. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Whatever's on your mind, put it in a text and send it to Paul. 203-333-9422. WICC 695.9. The voice of Connecticut. Back to Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli.
And I walk into the station today a little early. I got here a little earlier than I usually do because I had to have an x-ray taken at 9 o'clock in Wally World. I'm fine. Don't worry. This is the annual check-in on Mr. and Mrs. Kidney Stone and all the little Kidney Stone kids. Knock on wood, everything is still good. So I encounter, as I'm walking to the studio here, the lovely and talented Melissa Sheketoff of the Melissa in the Morning program right here on WICC. And she said, did you hear my chat with Jason Rojas? And, of course, Jason Rojas, Democratic state rep representing East Hartford and Manchester. And he is the House Majority Leader in the General Assembly. So very powerful guy. He's the House Majority Leader. Don't besmirch him that. He's been there for years. He worked his way up. Good on him. Well, apparently, when they went to, while he was listening on break, I guess, between segments with Melissa, he heard me utter the promo I had running on the Melissa show and through Lisa Wexler's show on the download with John and Chris saying, hey, I'll give you an update on the bill that's squarely aimed at Fairfield County. Everybody knows it's aimed at Fairfield County. Now, it doesn't say the Fairfield County housing bill, but come on. Local officials in Trumbull and Westport and Wilton and Fairfield, they're all saying, hey, this isn't good. Even the city council in Bridgeport doesn't like it. But again, Representative Jason Rojas, the majority leader, wasn't too happy, and he made it known to Melissa.
Fair. The only thing I would push back on, Representative Rojas, if I can, only because, again, our station is here in the Fairfield County, New Haven County region in the Valley.
Can I speak to that, too? Because in the kind of the ads during, I think it was Paul Piselli's show, right, aimed at Fairfield County, that is that. I appreciate that you guys are operating in that area. This bill is not aimed at Fairfield County.
Yes, it is.
I would suggest it feels like it's aimed at Fairfield County because Fairfield County has some of the most expensive housing in the country.
And that's why Representative Rojas is aimed at Fairfield County. So listen, at least he got my name right. God bless you, Representative Rojas, but I respectfully... Now, look, you guys in the General Assembly and gals are not going to call it the Fairfield County Fair Housing Act of 2025, but come on. Well, at least he was listening. Now, what is the deal with the housing bill here? Well, as you heard, Melissa chatted also this morning with the Lieutenant Governor of the Sovereign State of Connecticut, Susan Bysowitz, asked a number of things about this bill, And she responded, including...
It's been a very politically charged conversation because you have people who feel extremely strongly on both sides, and the governor has not signed it yet. He has a couple of weeks to do that.
Now, is he getting cold feet? What do you think? 203-333-9422. The lieutenant governor said, yeah, they've been hearing it from a lot of folks.
I know that he's received more than 5,000 emails, give or take, since the passage of the bill. Many from folks in Fairfield County, but from people around the state. So I think he is reviewing the bill and also listening to people across the state.
Now, I think they're setting up here for a veto. I could be wrong here. I think they're setting up here for a veto because we'll play the final bite here from the lieutenant governor's chat with Melissa this morning. I think they're setting up for a veto because she said something, Susan Bysowitz did, who I've known for decades. She used to be a guest on my show 20, 30 years ago. I think they're setting up for a veto where the governor is going to say, and he said this last week, he doesn't like the mandates here. He doesn't want to make everything a negative if you don't want to go by this. He's trying to incentivize cities and towns to go along with this.
I know that he's received more than...
No, we already heard that one. Sorry, Lieutenant Governor. This is what I want you to say.
He'd also like to see the more carrots rather than sticks, and I think his concern is there may be some things that are viewed as mandates for municipalities.
Now one thing, and again, let me just isolate this here from the lieutenant governor.
Some things that are viewed as mandates for municipalities.
Well, wait a minute. She's concerned about how the governor views this. Well, they're either mandates or they're not. How is the bill written? And I believe you can, I'm sure there's a PDF of it online somewhere. How is this bill written? Because Lieutenant Governor Susan Bysowitz said right there, well, he views some things as a mandate. In fact, let me just let me in the spirit of fairness, let me replay what she said here in its entirety without picking up the middle part of it.
He'd also like to see the more carrots rather than sticks, and I think his concern is there may be some things that are viewed as mandates for municipalities.
His concern is there are things in there that could be viewed as mandates for municipalities. Okay. Well, how's it written? Is the word shall be used? Or like I said, is it may? Shall, may, or must. A city or town may, that means, do it if you want. Shall and must, kind of like, yeah, you have to do it or you must do it. So again, and I don't doubt the sincerity of what the lieutenant governor said earlier here with Melissa on the radio station today, but I mean, if he's concerned that some things can be interpreted, no. If there is any sort of concern on the governor's behest here that there are things that could be interpreted a certain way, then you got to veto it. Again, listen carefully.
He'd also like to see the more carrots rather than sticks,
Okay.
and I think
right.
his concern is there may be some things that are viewed as mandates for municipalities.
See, if the governor is representing the entire state, which I'm sure he is, in his thinking here, he seems like a sensible guy. He's not a left-wing freak. and he has legitimate concerns, and he has his staff members. If he says, hey, what does this exactly mean? So if Greenwich does this or doesn't do it, or if Trumbull or Westport or Wilton does this or doesn't do it, how are we shaking this out here? If he has any misgivings over that as a chief executive, governor, just veto the thing. Come back next year in the short session. Now, again, it's an election year next year, too, so this would probably get put off for 2 years, because in that 3-month session next time around, it's basically for budget issues, unless they call a special session to fix the bill. Maybe they do that. I don't know. But usually in the odd years, like we are here in 2025, that's when you do the greasy stuff. You do the budgets, you do taxes, which they didn't. You do dumb bills like paying strikers, which thank God he's going to veto here. So would they want to do that next year when they're all up for re-election again? You tell me. 203-333-9422. 333-WICC, where we check the roads and the weather with news coming up at the top of the hour.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now traffic.
Wilbur Crossroad 15 southbound accident approaching the Milford Connector has things backing up towards Orange. In Lower Fairfield County, 95 north, well over an hour from Greenwich to Bridgeport Parkway northbound accident reported near exit 42. New Haven, 95 south, crawling through Long Wharf, and 84 eastbound, a heavy volume delays through Danbury and Newtown. I'm Matt Krause with WICC traffic.
For this evening and tonight, showers move in later in the evening. There may be a thunderstorm late with a low near 60. Showers in an afternoon thunderstorm tomorrow with a high in the mid-70s. On Wednesday, sunny and warm with a high near 80. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Discover the finest flooring in Southern Connecticut at Courtesy Carpet. With over 50 years experience, we've got your flooring needs covered. From intricate area rugs, durable vinyl and laminate to elegant stair runners. Shop anywhere, but make sure to see us before you buy. Visit courtesycarpet.com to explore our extensive selection. Visit Ellen, Jay, and the team at Courtesy Carpet, Route 111 in Monroe. Trust us, the experts in quality flooring. Because at Courtesy Carpet, your satisfaction is our courtesy.
Do you hear that? Asthma triggers are everywhere, from dust mites, pet dander, and pollen, to smog and smoke. An asthma attack can strike anywhere, anytime. Be prepared with quick-acting Primatene Mist. Clinically proven to open airways quickly. It's the #1 FDA-approved asthma inhaler available over the counter. Primatene Mist. Breathe easy again. Use as directed.
Back to the news and talk, thanks to Smart MLS. Smart sellers ask, is my home on Smart MLS? The voice of Connecticut. WICC 695.9. It's Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli.
All right, and you know what? We'll get to this after the top of the hour, because there's a very interesting post on X out there. I still say tweet, but you know, Twitter's now X. You probably know that, even though you don't use it maybe. But a rather prominent state legislator is weighing in on the governor's race next year here in Connecticut. And I read this, and it was highlighted by our friend Kevin Rennie at Daily Ructions. And I'm looking at the post here and going, well, like, I don't, is this a little reverse psychology here, or is this an illusion that Republicans could actually win here? Or is this trying to set up somebody to get ambushed here and sandbags? So we'll talk about that coming up, because it is interesting. It's from a high-ranking Democrat talking about a high-ranking Republican here in the state. And it's kind of mind-boggling that he said this.
WICC Bridgeport, WFOX Southport, WEBE HD2 Westport, WPLR HD2 New Haven, locally owned by Connoisseur Media.
This is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by Progressive Insurance.
I'm Matt Piper. More rallies are now underway for a fourth day in Los Angeles, and the Trump administration has upped the number of National Guard troops into the city following the ICE immigration protests. California Attorney General Rob Bonta says the state is suing President Trump and his defense secretary.
With this order, Trump and Hegseth ignored law enforcement's expertise
and guidance and trampled over our state's, California's, sovereignty.
President Trump and California Governor Gavin Newsom have engaged in an escalating war of words, including Trump voicing support for arresting Newsom. Legal analyst Laurie Levinson.
Gavin Newsom believes that Trump has been targeting California and that this has not been a good faith exercise of the law that would allow him to call in the National Guard.
I'm Stacey Lynn at the White House. President Trump said he brought in the National Guard because Governor Newsom is incompetent and
he's destroying one of our great states.
He says besides the Guard,
we would bring more in if we needed it because we have to make sure there's going to be law and order.
And he may do just that. Several U.S. officials say around 700 Marines have been put on high alert and could be mobilized in the coming days.
States that loosened gun laws following a landmark court ruling 15 years ago saw thousands more childhood firearm deaths than they otherwise would have. The vast majority, homicides and suicides. That from a new Harvard study. Lead author Jeremy Faust.
We see this in homicides and suicides. It turns out that accidents are a relatively small amount of these deaths, which surprised me.
An update on a small plane that crashed off San Diego's coast from our Jim Crisula.
The U.S. Coast Guard now says all 6 people on board a twin-engine plane that went down in the Pacific Ocean near San Diego died. A large debris field was found about 5 miles off Point Loma. The plane had taken off from San Diego International Airport and was headed to Phoenix.
One of the most influential pop, soul, funk, and rock artists of the late 60s and early 70s, Sly Stone, has died.
What made Sly and the Family Stone unique was not just the style mix from driving funk to hard rock, but the mix of people in the band. Musician and filmmaker Questlove in a 2023 Sunday Morning Profile.
Women playing instruments as serious as men do, to have the white guy as the drummer.
Questlove's documentary on Stone and a 2023 memoir revived interest in him decades after he faded from public view. Stone's family told Sunday Morning that after decades of drug use, Sly Stone had been clean for 4 years and happy. Peter King, CBS News.
Sly Stone was 82. This is CBS News.
A word from Progressive Insurance. Life can be hard, so Progressive can make bundling your home and auto easy. Hope that helps. Learn more at Progressive.com or 1-800-PROGRESSIVE.
Attention! If you owe money to the IRS, this is an urgent message. The IRS is cracking down by sending out collection letters, garnishing paychecks, seizing bank accounts, and putting liens on homes and businesses. They call it enforced compliance, and you better watch out because penalties and interest on unpaid taxes compound daily, making it even harder to get out of debt. Don't let tax debt destroy your life. You need to call Optima Tax Relief, America's #1 tax resolution firm. They're experts in taxpayer assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau, Optima's resolved over $1 billion of tax debt for their clients. Let them fight on your behalf, helping to put your tax problems to rest. Call the tax professionals at Optima now for a free consultation.
Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
WICC 695.9. Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
A Shelton High School gym teacher and girls track coach is under investigation by police and the State Department of Children and Families. School officials confirm that police and the DCF are conducting a joint investigation into Jason Keimer. The investigation reportedly began recently with a report to DCF on an undisclosed matter. Keimer is on administrative leave with pay as the investigation takes place. A motorcycle rider has injuries after a crash with a car in Bridgeport. The motorcycle and car collided last night at Jones Avenue and James Street. The unidentified 21-year-old male rider was ejected and thrown from the motorcycle and had regained consciousness before being taken to the hospital. No other injuries are reported from the crash. A Bridgeport man is sentenced to life in prison for the killing of a college student in South Carolina. Abdullah Saifullah was previously convicted of murder and a weapons offense related to the death of 20-year-old David Roldan Dimas in June of 2023. The Coastal Carolina University student was leaving a gym in Carolina Forest when police say he was killed by Saifullah during an apparent carjacking attempt. Saifullah will not be eligible for parole under the sentence handed down last week. Following the approval of a massive housing bill in the state legislature, some Fairfield County communities are pushing back against the measure. In order to meet the new state guidelines, Greenwich will need to build almost 3,500 new housing units, with Stamford still short by 629 and Westport by 560. Earlier today on Melissa in the Morning on WICC, Lieutenant Governor Susan Bysowitz talked about some of the feedback Governor Ned Lamont has received about the bill.
I know that he's received more than 5,000 emails, give or take, since the passage of the bill. Many from folks in Fairfield County, but from people around the state. So I think he is reviewing the bill and also listening to people across the state.
One of the primary criticisms of the new bill has been the increased state power over local municipality planning and zoning boards. Fairfield Republican State Senator Tony Wong is one of many Republicans that considers the new bill to be state government overreach.
We're trying to fix an important issue and problem in our state, a housing crisis. But you're doing it by jamming it down the throat of local municipalities.
And Danbury-based Fuel Cell Energy has laid off 122 employees. The cuts are impacting company workers in the U.S., Canada, and Germany. Most of the remaining 400-plus workers are based in Danbury or at the company's Torrington manufacturing facility. The restructuring plan announced by Fuel Cell Energy includes changes at the Torrington facility to align with contracted demands. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
8 and 25 connector, southbound accident reported approaching the 95 splits. On 95 north, well over an hour from Greenwich to Bridgeport. Lower Parkway will save you the most time. Wilbur Cross on the southbound side, heavy residual delays from Route 34 going down to the Milford connector being cause of an earlier problem that's been cleared. 95 south jamming through Long Wharf into West Haven, and 84 eastbound, slow ride through Danbury and Newtown. Traffic report powered by Spectre Furniture. Looking for new, fresh, and stylish furniture? Visit Spectre Furniture and discover new dining rooms, mattresses, sofas, and recliners all on sale. Spectre Furniture, Main Street and Sonia. I'm Mitch Krause with WICC Traffic.
Cloudy with the showers later this evening and overnight. There may be a thunderstorm late with a low near 60. Showers in an afternoon thunderstorm tomorrow with a high in the mid-70s. On Wednesday, sunny and warm with a high of 80. I'm meteorologist Paul Fiorek on WICC.
You're listening to Connecticut Today with Paul Pizzelli on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
Hey, jolly Monday, you and I together at 203-333-9422, 333 WICC. Word breaking here. You've been hearing it in the last few minutes here on WICC. 700 Marines being mobilized in response to the L.A. protests. So, look, here's the thing about Donald Trump. If you challenge the guy, he will come at you harder. I'm not saying that's a good or a bad thing. But this is escalating now to a point where you would think maybe the people of California, the people of L.A., the governor of California, the very visible Gavin Newsom, well, the White House pronounces his last name a bit differently. You know, maybe they say, okay, this guy means business. I don't know. Is this overkill? You tell me. No pun intended. 203-333-9422, 333 WICC. And the question remains, if you can't act at the perfect time, if there's no perfect time in this scenario, is it better to show too much force earlier or too much force later? Do you actually ensure to whatever to whatever length you can that things won't get out of control. Now, I know there are going to be people saying, well, if you do this, that is going to force things to get out of control. Maybe. Of course, then again, the other side can say, wow, Marines now, along with the National Guard, maybe we should actually peacefully protest. See, again, you have to understand here, if everybody was holding each other's hands, interlocking arms, singing Kumbaya or singing to Bob Dylan records, and not blocking roads and interstates where there might be people in ambulances, I might think opposite this. But I don't. So we've got a lot of responses here to our Facebook question, facebook.com/Voice of CT. Pretty simple question I put up here. And over 100 of you folks have responded. Do you agree with President Trump's deployment of the National Guard? Now, I didn't know the Marines were going to be involved here, but the National Guard to L.A. to quell a violent anti-ICE protest. Chris Williams has been taking a look at some of those responses. Lot to pick from today, Chris, so... Some of them are very funny. Some of them are the funny ones we can't read on the air. Wink, wink. But what can you read?
Well, these aren't bad. Absolutely. Doing exactly what we voted for from Adrienne.
Yeah.
John says yes, absolutely.
Okay.
Michael says most definitely.
Yeah.
Sean says, I wonder if it was happening in your town, would some of you change your mind?
I wouldn't. You can send the National Guard to Wallingford. I'm good with it. But go ahead. Yes.
Phil says, how come ICE only does raids in blue states?
Well. It's a good question. Yes.
Joe says, these are USA-loving immigrants waving their red, white, and blue flags. They obviously love the USA and several facial emojis.
I think that's a little tongue-in-cheek. And give me one more good one here.
Scott says, yes. Also, if he didn't send them in, he'd be criticized even worse for that.
Well, I get, and that's interesting. If the violence went on for another couple of days, I could see all the cable pundits saying, he won't protect L.A. because it's a blue city and a blue state. So is he damned if he does and damned if he doesn't? Or is he being a little extreme here? You tell me. 203-333-9422, 333 WICC.
You listen to Melissa in the Morning, live from the Voice of Connecticut studios. But now, she's coming to your town.
Order up.
It's the WICC Brown Roofing Melissa in the Morning Diner Tour. Every Thursday morning, join Melissa Sheketoff as she broadcasts live from diners across Fairfield County. She'll interview local leaders, selectmen, and everyone that makes your town great. Get a full schedule at voiceofct.com and join us. Presented by Maritime Chevrolet, AARP Connecticut, and Connecticut Education Association.
Do you truly understand the impact of taxes on your retirement savings? Would you like to keep more of your hard-earned money? Attend Bridgelight Financial's Taxes and Retirement event, June 10th or 12th at Il Palio in Shelton. It's a free workshop discussing real tax saving strategies. Click bridgelightadvisors.com and register.
This is Bill Levitt, president of Bridgelight Financial Advisors. We'll show you real tax savings on your savings.
Come to our next event at Il Palio in Shelton. Register today at bridgelightadvisors.com. bridgelightadvisors.com.
Dude, I just got this car.
Yeah, sorry, man. Take it to my friend. He can do it for cheap.
Hi, this is Chris from Sono Collision. Don't just go to anybody for your repairs. Choose the best. Remember, you're the one that has to live with the repairs. It's your choice, so pick quality at Sono Collision. Go to sonocollision.com or call 203-939-9955. Your car will thank you.
You're listening to WICC 600 and 95.9, the Voice of Connecticut, broadcasting from Cadillac of Greenwich Studios, CadillacofGreenwich.com.
Just a heads up, hurricane season in Connecticut starts June 1st, but who's counting? Hey, it's Melissa Sheketoff. This is what I do. I tell the news, but I also want to give you the heads up that if you are not ready for storm season and the potential damage it could do to your trees on your property, I want to get you connected to the people that I use at my house, and that's K&J Tree Service. Right now, my friends at K&J K&J Tree Service are offering an exclusive storm sale to help safeguard your home and property. The team of certified arborists at K&J Tree Service, they've got you covered, and they'll show up in emergencies on weekends and holidays. During their storm sale, K&J Tree Service is now offering special discounts. Call them today at 203-248-TREE or go to their website to schedule a free risk assessment. That's kjtreeservice.com or call 203-248-TREE. 203-248-TREE or go to their website to schedule a free risk assessment. That's kjtreeservice.com or call 203-248-TREE.
We know we're supposed to be getting ready for retirement, but it's so complicated we're just not sure how. And that's exactly why David Gagnon of First Financial Planners is on the radio.
It comes down to education. Knowledge is power. And the one percenters, the very wealthy out there, are in that category because they did things differently.
Every week, David cuts through another layer of that confusion, making retirement planning something we can all understand. Tune in for Mastering Your Wealth, Saturday mornings at 8, right here on WICC 600. Find out more at masteringyourwealthradio.com.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
825 connector, southbound accident reported approaching the 95 splits. On 95 north, well over an hour from Greenwich to Bridgeport. Lower Parkway will save you the most time. Wilbur Cross on the southbound side, heavy residual delays from Route 34 going down to the Milford connector being cause of an earlier problem that's been cleared. 95 south jamming through Long Wharf into West Haven and 84 eastbound. Slow ride through Danbury and Newtown. Traffic report powered by Spectre Furniture. Looking for new, fresh, and stylish furniture? Visit Spectre Furniture and discover new dining rooms, mattresses, sofas, and recliners all on sale. Spectre Furniture, Main Street and Sonia. I'm Edge Krause with WICC Traffic.
For this evening and tonight, showers move in later in the evening. There may be a thunderstorm late with a low near 60. Showers and an afternoon thunderstorm tomorrow with a high in the mid-70s. On Wednesday, sunny and warm with a high near 80. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Let's get back to the conversation. 203-333-9422. It's Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli, the voice of Connecticut, WICC 600 and 95.9.
All right, Terry Cowgill's standing by. Before we get to Terry, and he has some thoughts on this as well. Some breaking news here. The Connecticut Mirror and a really good reporter, Mark Pazniokis, you hear the governor refer to him as Paz. What do you got, Paz? He's reporting that, and what what did I tell you, folks? You just had the feeling here. The governor wants revisions to the housing bill. And despite what Majority Leader Jason Rojas said earlier today on Melissa's show when he heard me refer to it that way in a promo, yes, it is aimed at Fairfield County. There's more on this. We'll get to it momentarily, and here's a guy who may have some thoughts on this. Terry Cowgill, longtime columnist for the Connecticut News Junkie, and also blogs at Substack.com. Red meat for mushy moderates. Mr. Cowgill, good afternoon, sir. How are you?
Hey, good afternoon, Paul. You know, I'm overwhelmed with the flood of news today. There's so much that it's really an embarrassment of riches between the riots in L.A. and all of the news in Connecticut. I scarcely know where to start.
Yeah, I mean, zoning in Connecticut or riots in L.A. Let's go with the zoning in Connecticut, Terry. And listen, you probably heard my intro there. It's being reported by the Connecticut Mirror. I'm not surprised here, Terry. You know, there's been and you've been following it, too, from afar. Obviously, I've had numerous guests on the show. I think people, even the governor said this, people realize, Terry, there is a problem here with housing. But the kind of on-high approach here is rubbing even a lot of Democrats, Terry, the wrong way. What are your thoughts on this?
Yeah, I mean, nobody likes, most towns and cities don't like mandates simply because they don't give the towns and cities more choice. People like more choice rather than less, and they certainly don't like having their arm twisted by being provided with all these disincentives against disobeying the state. But this particular bill, and I don't know if it's aimed squarely at Fairfield County. It may be, only because maybe there is the greatest lack of affordable housing in Fairfield County. Certainly the big cities like Bridgeport, they basically function as affordable housing for places like Fairfield County. But I can tell you in general, and I've written about this before, CT News Junkie, the state certainly looks at Fairfield County as a cash cow. There's no question about it. And I once I looked into a little bit of the numbers for just for Greenwich, right?
Yeah.
Because there was somebody on Twitter who was calling for Greenwich to secede from Connecticut and join New York State.
So Greenwich, New York. All right, we got it. Yeah.
There already is a Greenwich, New York. It's up in the Adirondacks.
Really?
And they
All right.
pronounce it Greenwich.
Oh, my God.
Yeah. So at any rate, he was tweeting at Fred Carrillo, I believe it's the first selectman of Greenwich, and say, we should secede and join New York. But the statistic is and the last time I saw this was about 10 years ago. Yeah. Greenwich accounted for between 900 million and 1 billion of income tax revenue to Connecticut.
Yeah.
Which is about 15% of the income tax revenue coming into Connecticut, but it only accounted for between 2 and 3% of the population.
Yeah.
So Greenwich really punches above its weight in terms of revenue generated. And where would the state be without these wealthy communities in Fairfield County? But they're not going to secede, obviously. The General Assembly would never let that happen.
Yeah, and Terry, the fear is, and you and I realize this from being old guys around Connecticut all these years, people love to badmouth Fairfield County and say, oh, those rich guys. Well, I got news for you, not for you, Terry, because you know this, but if 2 or 3 of those people suddenly say, 6 months plus 1 or 2 days in Florida, and you, Connecticut, don't get any of my state income taxes, I mean, that's a significant dent in the cash flow for the state, especially with, some of these hedge fund guys and gals like, Steve Cohen, who owns the Mets and stuff like that. So they have to tread lightly, and they always have.
They are, but clearly, and one of the big problems actually is that many of these wealthy people move out of the state even after when they retire. Not necessarily for the income tax, but when they die, they don't want the estate tax in Connecticut. They'd rather move to a place like Florida that doesn't have an estate tax. So people even go people, they don't even want to die in Connecticut. So people don't want to die in your state. You're in pretty bad shape in some ways. But people are, I get this all down here in Texas, though, in terms of affordable housing.
Yeah.
I don't see any problem with, if somebody wants to put up an apartment building. I live in an apartment complex with 300 units.
Yeah.
And part of it is there's no problem with putting up apartment buildings around here because there's plenty of land.
Yeah.
Right? There's not that much land in Connecticut. It's a small state. There's a lot of granite. There's a lot of unusable land and wetlands and stuff. So I understand that. But they've got to do something because if there's not enough affordable housing, there's nowhere for workers to live. If there's nowhere for workers to live, your economy can't grow, and growth is key.
Yeah. And Terry, finally, in about the 2 minutes and change we have left, Governor Ned Lamont, interesting statement he made after the session wrapped up next week. Last week, you probably saw some of it. I played it numerous times on my show here, where they asked him, are you running again? He goes, a year ago, I would have said no. But now he almost alluded to it being a yes. He stopped short of that. And clearly, Terry, he made it sound like he doesn't trust his own party. He didn't exactly say that, but he's clearly worried in emphasizing, why are we wanting to pay striking workers unemployment? So what do you think of a third Lamont term?
Well, 2 things. One, third terms for governors don't tend to end well. And obviously, we can look to John Rowland, who we talked about recently. You look at Mario Cuomo in New York. He ran for a third term. He got it. He was defeated in terms of for a fourth term because the budget was a disaster. And then his son, I believe Andrew Cuomo, ran for a third term and won, and he was hounded out of office. It doesn't tend to work very well if you do that. And then secondly, I noticed, you probably saw. Did you see this op-ed in? I believe it was in Hearst by Saud.
Oh my
Anwar.
Wow!
Yeah.
You talk about Julius Caesar getting the knife there. Wow! How about that?
Yeah, and basically, and this is a state senator from I believe it's South Windsor.
Yeah.
And he basically said Governor Lamont shouldn't run for re-election because he's not liberal enough. I mean, there's all of these things that want to get done, and he doesn't want to do it. They want a millionaire's tax like that was passed in Massachusetts, and they're saying Lamont is standing in the way. However, the millionaire's tax in Massachusetts was passed by a ballot initiative, not by the legislature.
Yes.
Even the legislature in Massachusetts didn't want to pass it.
Yep.
But it got passed through ballot initiative, which we don't even have in Connecticut.
Yeah.
So there's that to consider. But when some guy comes out and says to Lamont, you shouldn't run again because you're not liberal enough, that tells me a lot. Maybe Lamont is the glue that's holding the party together at this point.
Yeah, and Terry, one of my contacts in Hartford, we were texting when that thing was posted, and one of my contacts said something to the effect of, "Well, I hope Saud Anwar isn't looking for a lot of bonding money for his district."
Yeah, exactly. You're not going to get any free goodies for South Windsor and wherever else he represents.
Yeah. Terry Cowgill. Terry, thank you. You can read his stuff in the Connecticut News Junkie. Also, Red Meat for Mushy Moderates. Great title of his Substack stuff. Terry, thank you, and we'll be in touch. Thank you, sir.
All right, very good. Thanks, Paul.
Appreciate it. There you go. Yeah. My contact in Hartford. I don't know whether I mentioned that to you, but he texted me back going, well, I hope Dr. Anwar, he's a pulmonologist of some repute, and State Senator Anwar isn't looking for a little extra state bonding money after he basically knifed the governor in the back.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound, over an hour. Greenwich to Bridgeport. Lower Merritt might save you a few minutes. On the Wilbur Cross southbound, accident reported near exit 55. Has things backing up towards Route 34. New Haven, 91 south, jamming from exit 6 down through the Merge and through Long Wharf, and 84 eastbound, crawling through Danbury and Newtown. I'm Edge Krause with WICC Traffic.
Cloudy with the showers later this evening and overnight. There may be a thunderstorm late with a low near 60. Showers and an afternoon thunderstorm tomorrow with a high in the mid-70s. On Wednesday, sunny and warm with a high of 80. I'm meteorologist Paul Fiorek on WICC.
Selling your home is a numbers game. The more potential buyers who see it, the greater the opportunity to sell. And when your home is listed on Smart MLS, more than 21,000 realtors see it, and so do all their buyers. Suddenly, the number of people looking at your home starts to grow by a lot. More realtors sharing your listing, more people seeing your home, more offers coming in, and maybe even more cash in your pocket. Smart move, right? Ask your realtor. Is my house on Smart MLS? Smart MLS, the smart way to sell your home.
St. Margaret's Shrine on Park Avenue in Bridgeport is the place to be this weekend, especially if you love great food and family fun. Friday, June 13th through Sunday, June 15th is the St. Anthony Italian Festival. This festival is legendary for its beautiful location, delicious Italian food, pastries, live music, carnival rides, and family fun. Attend Bridgeport's original Italian festival, the Feast of St. Anthony, Friday, June 13th through Sunday, June 15th. 2325 Park Ave, Bridgeport. And free parking.
Are you a parent of a 2 to 8 year old? Listen closely for an exciting offer, then head to abcmouse.com/radio to learn more. By now, you've probably heard of ABC Mouse, the award-winning online learning program.
ABC Mouse is like a little one-on-one teacher. It has helped her so much.
Designed by education experts, ABC Mouse seamlessly aligns with what your child is already learning in school. And with over 10,000 learning activities and more than 850 lessons, it's an engaging and comprehensive curriculum. More info at abcmouse.com/radio.
I have been teaching for 13 years, and I've never seen a program like ABC Mouse. It encompasses science, math, reading, social studies.
We're offering a promo at abcmouse.com/radio to try it free for a month, then $14.99 per month until canceled. Go to abcmouse.com/radio to see this offer. That's abcmouse.com/radio. Actual ABC Mouse users compensated for their testimonials. Sponsored by Age of Learning.
This This is WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
CBS News Brief. CBS News has learned that about 700 Marines have been put on high alert and could mobilize soon to Los Angeles. They will join National Guard troops who were sent there yesterday amid tense protests over ICE arrests. California Attorney General Rob Bonta says they're suing the administration over it.
We don't take lightly to the president abusing his authority and unlawfully mobilizing California National Guard troops.
President Trump's travel ban against 12 countries began today. CBS's Turian Small.
A lot of these places were the target of Donald Trump's ire on the campaign trail. So places like Venezuela, Haiti.
Security preparations are underway for the Army's 250th birthday celebration and parade in Washington Saturday. Matt McCall is with the Secret Service.
We are deploying thousands of agents, officers, and specialists from across the country, backed by the robust network of federal, state, and local partners.
CBS News Brief, I'm Matt Piper.
WICC 695.9, Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
A Trumbull nursing home that was evacuated twice within the last 3 months has 245 total sinks in the facility, only 5 of which were operational at the time of the first evacuation. St. Joseph's Center in Trumbull was first evacuated in March after the Connecticut Department of Public Health received a confidential complaint about the water at the facility. After an inspection, DPH concluded that only 5 sinks were in operation out of the facility's 245. The reason was given as a lack of filters for Legionella, the bacteria that causes Legionnaire's disease. The report also states that there were no functioning showers in the facility. The nursing home was again evacuated last month after fire safety concerns were raised. On May 29th, a spokesperson for Genesis Healthcare, the parent organization of St. Joseph's, said Genesis is looking to close the facility permanently. The nursing home currently has more than 200 residents in its care. A Connecticut high school senior was taken into ICE custody last week in Meriden, along with his father, just days before his high school graduation ceremony. CT Insider reported that the senior, that fellow students identified only as Kevin, was at a regularly scheduled check-in in Hartford when he and his father were arrested. Kevin's classmates are planning to protest his detainment during the graduation ceremonies, and former U.S. Secretary of Education Miguel Cardona, who is a native of Meriden, posted a video of support online.
Know that no matter where you are, on Tuesday, you're going to be a graduate of our school system. I'm sorry this is happening to you, and just know that there are people that stand behind you. Good luck.
A GoFundMe created by Kevin's classmates is currently raising money for his family. Darien High School students may need to put their cell phones in bags during the day starting this fall. The district is considering the recommendation for 9th through 11th grades following great success banning phones in the elementary and middle schools. Seniors would be exempt from the change. The Board of Education is set to vote on whether to implement the change during tomorrow's meeting. The Fairfield School District will be making a similar determination about how to address cell phone use district-wide, but Fairfield Superintendent Michael Testani also noted that efforts to curb phone use must be followed up at home as well.
We have to be careful if we think that this is going to solve the problem. We're going to buy Yonder pouches or another brand name pouch and then think that we did our part, it's over, everything's going to be fixed. There is no perfect solution, but I think we need to do our best to minimize the risk. And the risk, those other 18 hours, is much more vital than the time in school.
The president of Central Connecticut State University received a letter containing a suspicious substance at her home. School president Zolma Toro received the letter at her Burlington home on Friday, and a hazardous materials team was sent to the house. Toro did not require any medical assistance after receiving the unidentified substance. Toro says the college is working with federal, state, and local law enforcement in investigating the incident. Governor Ned Lamont has joined with multiple other Democratic governors nationwide in condemning President Trump's use of the National Guard to control multiple protests in Los Angeles, California. The protesters were rallying against the administration's immigration policies and enforcement. The statement released by the governors said, in part, quote, President Trump's move to deploy California's National Guard is an alarming abuse of power. Governors are the commanders-in-chief of their National Guard, and the federal government activating them in their own borders without consulting or working with the state's governor is ineffective and dangerous. However, state Republicans have largely supported the president's decision, with Brookfield Republican Senate Minority Leader Steve Harding releasing his own statement saying, quote, we pray that the National Guard helps to restore law and order ASAP. And a series of World War II planes were displayed in Stratford as part of Warbird Weekend hosted by the Connecticut Air and Space Center. Included in the group was the largest single-engine bomber flown during the war. However, the exhibit wasn't just for display. Len Roberto from the Connecticut Air and Space Center told WTNH-TV News 8 that rides were available.
You can purchase a ride in this. It's an excellent experience. These were used to train pilots during World War II, and many of them still fly today. So you can fly in one of these.
I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound over an hour, Greenwich to Bridgeport. Lower Merritt might save you a few minutes. On the Wilbur Cross southbound, accident reported near exit 55. Has things backing up towards Route 34. New Haven, 91 south, jamming from exit 6 down through the Merge and through Long Wharf, and 84 eastbound crawling through Danbury and Newtown. I'm Edge Krause with WICC Traffic.
For this evening and tonight, showers move in later in the evening. There may be a thunderstorm late with a low near 60. Showers in an afternoon thunderstorm tomorrow with a high in the mid-70s. On Wednesday, sunny and warm with a high near 80. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
If Norwalk is talking about it, so is Paul. Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
Yeah, folks all throughout Connecticut, but in particular, despite what some legislators tell me, Fairfield County, yes, Norwalk, Stamford, Greenwich, Westport, Wilton, New Canaan, a lot of folks not happy with this housing bill, and apparently this affordable housing bill. And neither is Governor Ned Lamont. Again, this story breaking within the past few minutes in the Connecticut Mirror from Mark Pasniokis. Governor Ned Lamont is considering calling lawmakers into a special session for revisions before he must sign or veto the housing bill. So again, the debate continues outside Hartford over a controversial housing bill that is prompting Governor Ned Lamont to consider. Now, he hasn't ordered it yet. It's prompting, according to the folks of the Connecticut Mirror here, prompting him to consider calling lawmakers into a special session for revisions before he must sign or veto that bill. Options under consideration. So here we go here. Options under consideration, according to the Connecticut Mirror, in talks with lawmakers include the governor signing the bill on the promise. No, Governor. No, don't believe them. The governor's, I'm sorry. Options under consideration in talks with lawmakers include Lamont signing the bill on the promise that objectionable sections be revised before they take effect, or insisting on immediate changes in a special session while he still has the leverage of a veto. Yes, please, Governor, the latter, not the former. Don't trust them, even though they're in your own party. Come on, Ned. Do not sign this and then say, oh, sure, Governor, we'll change this. No. Lamont said Monday, the question is, do you sign it, fix the bill, or don't sign it and get a new bill that works and takes down the temperature? Yes. Lamont, a Democratic governor from Greenwich who won re-election in 2022 with surprisingly deep suburban support, says he has heard complaints about the bill from elected mayors, first selectmen, and voters from many of those same suburbs. Yes, people, you can make a difference. Some of the complaints involve, quote, a lot of really gross misrepresentation, which I think is no help at all, the governor said. One piece of the bill, known as Towns Take the Lead, divides housing need among towns and assigns each town's a set number of units to plan and zone for. That's just stupid. This is what the cities and towns don't want. Back to the story here. That means every 5 years, towns would have a certain number of units they need to plan for, and some of those units will have to be for families or set aside for certain income levels. So wait a minute. You're telling me this does not take over zoning? Really? Tell me again how this does not take over a key aspect of zoning. Well, Paul, certain towns don't want to zone for certain developments. Oh, that's good. It's none of your business. Do you live there? If you don't, shut up. The governor said, I thought it was an unnecessary provocation. He's right on this one. People are taking those numbers. They're making it sound like a dictate. Well, because, Governor, sir, with all due respect, it sounds like a dictate. All it is there are some needs you may have, and how do you get there? It's up to you to take the lead on it, but I think it was a problem. And again, folks, I ask, is it a mandate or not? Well, we set numbers here. I'm not saying the governor said this. We set numbers here, and these are just recommendations for towns. No, is it a recommendation or is it a mandate? Other provisions generating opposition would require communities to allow developers to convert commercial buildings to residential with 9 or fewer units without a special hearing. So again, I ask all the people saying, well, this isn't a big deal. How is that not a big deal? When the bill would allow a commercial zoning building, commercially zoned building, to be converted to residential if it's, 9 or few units? Without a special hearing from a planning and zoning commission. How is not neutering, if you'll excuse the expression here, how is that not basically taking a scalpel to the vital organs of your planning and zoning commission? Come on, even an idiot like me can understand that. Another would ban minimum off-street parking requirements for certain residential developments. Hey, nice apartment building. Where do I park? About 4 blocks down. There's a lot there. Oh, you mean the one where people get mugged? Yeah, that one. Park over there. House Speaker Matt Ritter, who spoke to the governor over the weekend, said in an interview he was under the impression that Lamont was inclined to veto the bill if there are no changes. Good, Matt. He should not trust you people. He shouldn't. Would you? Would you trust you? Ritter said, quote, we have not gotten to the specific level of detail if that's the option. Now, this is going to be interesting. And again, this all plays into the politics of this. Think about this for just a moment. The timing of the Lamont veto, if it's going to happen, and who trusts who or whom, I should say, I'm terrible with the who and the whom thing, in this situation. Now, think about it. Now, the governor's already getting flack from the left of his party, the Saud Anwar op-ed last week. So if he says, listen, which I hope he does, I'm going to veto it, make changes, and we're going to do a revote here. What if Matt Ritter comes back and the far left end of the party, even some centrists, say, no, that's not how we're going to do it here. In other words, you sign it, and we'll make changes to it, which I think is a big mistake. Or maybe the far progressives in the party say, no, let him veto it. and don't change it. And then they come back next year and say, hey, you want to reelect a guy that doesn't care about housing costs for those in the working class?
Who picks Post University? People who pick Post are people who believe in themselves and their potential. Post people want a school that helps them succeed on their terms, on their budget, and on their schedule. They want on-campus activities and online flexibility. Most of all, they want an education that could help prepare them for success in over 50 fields. Because when you're an Eagle, the sky's the limit. Are you a Post person? Find out now at post.edu.
Millions of Americans take medicine like Ozempic and Zepbound. Many of them are overpaying by thousands of dollars a year. These GLP-1 medications for diabetes, weight loss, and more may not always be covered by your insurance, but GoodRx can help. GoodRx helps you save every month on prescriptions at over 70,000 pharmacies nationwide. Best of all, it's free to use. Check GoodRx to save on GLP-1s. Just go to goodrx.com/GLP. That's goodrx.com/GLP. GoodRx is not insurance, but can be used instead of insurance, including Medicare and other federal and state-funded programs.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-471-9773. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-471-9773. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-471-9773. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. Call 800-471-9773. That's 800-471-9773.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound over an hour, Greenwich to Bridgeport. Lower Merritt might save you a few minutes. On the Wilbur Cross southbound, accident reported near exit 55. Has things backing up towards Route 34. New Haven, 91 south, jamming from exit 6 down through the Merge and through Long Wharf, and 84 eastbound, crawling through Danbury and Newtown. I'm Edge Krause with WICC Traffic.
Cloudy with the showers later this evening and overnight. There may be a thunderstorm late with a low near 60. Showers in an afternoon thunderstorm tomorrow with a high in the mid-70s. On Wednesday, sunny and warm with a high of 80. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Tell Paul what he needs to know. Text 203-333-9422. It's Connecticut Today with Paul Pizzelli. WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
All right, 203-333-9422, 333 WICC. So the plot thickens. And again, you may say to yourself, in hearing me discuss this and Melissa this morning with Jason Rojas and Lisa Wexler, Lisa and I and Melissa have tried to be on this issue for you for the better part of a year and a half, 2 years. Here's the bottom line. If they can do this with zoning, they can do it with anything. Now, they tried to do, and I don't know whether this bill passed or not. I have to check my sources up in Hartford. They're not only trying to do this with zoning, the Democratic majority in Hartford wants to, and they may have done this or not. I have to check on this. There was a push to weaken your local Board of Education and the purvey it would have to fire bad teachers. We talked about this. This was going to be a big wet kiss to the teachers' unions coming next year in the election that would not have given your local Board of Education or a committee Board of Education a subcommittee of the Board of Ed to fire a bad teacher. So apparently now there was a bill being considered, and I don't know whether it passed or not, that would have left that decision up to an arbitrator. In other words, both sides would need to bring in an arbitrator to decide whether or not you could fire a teacher. And I'm not in for wholesale firing of teachers. I understand that. But the way this thing was presented with Bob Dove, teachers are under attack. There were teachers under attack. Stop. So again, They tried to, and I don't know whether this was successful or not, they tried to weaken your Board of Education. They're trying to weaken your local Planning and Zoning Commission. There was a direct assault on a city's right, a city or town's right, as to whether or not you may want to, in that city or town, because of cost, provide a retirement plan. Now, a lot of cities and towns, or towns maybe for some smaller level, don't have fixed retirement plans for their police, fire, EMTs, because they can't afford it. They can't afford the match. But yet the majority Democrats, and I think luckily they were stopped on this, were stopped from passing a bill that would have said, well, no, damn you, if you can't afford it, you have to have a retirement plan. No. But again, they will keep trying over and over and over and over, because to the Democratic majority in Hartford, it's unfair that certain cities or towns are better run and nicer places to live than other cities and towns. But you know what? It's been that way since year one. I'm sure back then, millions of years ago, there were some areas that had nicer caves than other ones. And that's just the way it was. Ask Fred. Ask Wilma. 333-9422, 333-WICC. Just going through some of the text messages here. A couple I wanted to get to. Oh, this one here. Hey, Paul, can you please clarify something for me in the general public with regard to the lawsuit in California today? Now, had they filed it? I'm not sure. Is Donald Trump being sued, or is the federal government being sued? It's the Trump administration. Our friend Gene wrote in here. Yeah, from what I understand, it's going to be the Trump administration, that he is overstepping his bounds and overstepping his authority, maybe violating the Posse Comitatus Act of the Constitution that does not allow the military to do local law enforcement. I think it's only fair that the media clarify this. It makes it sound like he's getting personally sued. I'd like to hear the truth about it. Thank you. And Gene, it is the Trump administration, which would mean the president, everybody on down, the Justice Department, whatever. So it's going to be, it'll be a very, 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 very interesting case here. And I love this stuff. As a non-lawyer, though, I love this stuff because even I can figure it out as to what's being said here and what's not being said. So we'll get into, I'm going to have some more legal eagles on this. We had Thane Rosenbaum from CBS earlier today he asked the question, well, wait a minute. If the leadership of a city does not do enough, in the opinion of the federal government, to protect the citizenry of that city, can the federal government not act? Now, I know people will say, well, this isn't an invading army. These are protesters, so that will be interesting. I want to end on this, and I saw this over the weekend, and it is something that everybody should be aware of. What we see here, and what I saw in a clip that's being shared from CNN over the weekend. 3 people involved in this clip. Scott Jennings, who's a conservative on CNN, Harry Enten, who's their data guy, and one of their contributors, black gentleman named Solomon Jones, who's a contributor, columnist for the Philadelphia Inquirer. So you have one conservative, one liberal, and Harry Enten, who's kind of in the middle. And this is straight out of the leftist playbook here. When you don't want to at least admit that the progressive adoption of raw anti-Semitism in this country, whether it be at elite universities, whether you see it at think tanks, whatever, whether you see it in rioting, the left has a big, big problem with anti-Semitism. So what they try to do is anytime you bring it up, there's an old tactic by the left that they've gone here to say, well, just lump it into all prejudice. And yes, you can say that all prejudice is wrong. But that's how the far progressives, the far left in this country, never takes on the hard topic of anti-Semitism, which we saw in Colorado, we see it at Columbia, you saw it at Harvard. So, and I'm going to play this clip for you. It runs about a minute and change here. But listen to this. And kudos for Harry Enten, who's a data guy with CNN. Right in the middle of this clip, as soon as Mr. Jones makes the typical progressive leftist argument not to take on anti-Semitism all the way, Harry Enten, who is Jewish, jumps in here.
How do you, as the president, target an entire state because you disagree with two things that happened there? That makes no sense to me, and I don't think it should make sense to any of us.
It's because anti-Semitism should not be condoned.
Why is anti-Semitism the only prejudice that matters? Why does it feel like that?
Did you get that? Why is anti-Semitism the only prejudice that matters? Mr. Jones, nobody is saying that. Nobody is saying that. But the minute they say anti-Semitism and you confront somebody on the left, they give you that cock and bull line.
How do you, as the president, target an entire state because you disagree with two things that happened there? That makes no sense to me, and I don't think it should make sense to any of us.
It's because anti-Semitism should not be condoned.
Why is anti-Semitism the only prejudice that matters? Why does it feel like that?
It's not. But the attempt.
It does.
I'll tell you, I'm a Jewish American. I've been so my entire life. I'm not exactly the most religious guy in the world.
Yeah.
But I will tell you, as a Jewish American, I have been so sick of every single time that there's been hate against Jewish folks, that all of a sudden, well, the hate against other minorities is just as bad, and we should elevate that as well. I'm not saying that we shouldn't talk about it, but sometimes it is okay just to talk about anti-Semitism.
It is okay to talk about it, but it's not.
Oh, boy, but there you go. There's your modern-day Democratic Party. Here's the quote. Why is anti-Semitism the only prejudice that matters? Wow.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound, over an hour. Greenwich to Bridgeport. Lower Merritt might save you a few minutes. On the Wilbur Cross southbound, accident reported near exit 55. Has things backing up towards Route 34. New Haven, 91 south, jamming from exit 6 down through the Merge and through Long Wharf, and 84 eastbound, crawling through Danbury and Newtown. I'm Edge Krause with WICC Traffic.
For this evening and tonight, showers move in later in the evening. There may be a thunderstorm late with a low near 60. Showers and an afternoon thunderstorm tomorrow with a high in the mid-70s. On Wednesday, sunny and warm with a high near 80. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Here at Stanford Health, expert care begins with a conversation where big innovations are helping the tiniest patients in our NICU, and mental health means community health. Here, we're collaborating with world-class partners like Columbia University Irving Medical Center, Dana-Farber Brigham Cancer Center, and HSS to redefine cardiac, neurological, cancer, and orthopedic care. From the everyday to the complex, Stanford Health. Care. It's different here.
I'm Barbara from Trumbull, and I've used Steve Basso Plumbing, Heating, and Air Conditioning since 2012, when he diagnosed the source of a carbon monoxide problem when no one else could. I use him for maintenance and emergency situations for that reason. He has always been able to fix any problem in my home. There's no one better than Steve Basso.
Looking for a reliable plumbing or HVAC company? Steve Basso Plumbing, Heating, and AC has proven customer satisfaction since 1974. Go to BassoPHAC.com. That's BassoPHAC.com.
Back to the news and talk. Thanks to Smart MLS. Smart sellers ask, is my home on Smart MLS? The voice of Connecticut. WICC 695.9. It's Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli.
Fantabulous day in the books. Chris Williams, thank you, folks. Tell your friends, families, even people you don't like. Tell them about the show. We'd love to have you Monday through Friday from 2 to 6 news at the top of the hour.
WICC Bridgeport, WFOX Southport, WEBE HD2 Westport, WPLR HD2 New Haven. Locally owned by Connoisseur Media.
CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by Progressive Insurance.
I'm Matt Piper. California has sued the Trump administration after the National Guard was deployed to confront protesters in Los Angeles. And now hundreds of Marines are on their way, which Governor Gavin Newsom calls un-American.